IDAKON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK dunia.
Hadir di setiap nadi kehidupan, tumbuh dalam hadir di setiap nadi kehidupan, tumbuh dalam kebersamaan.
Berdiri dengan semangat membangun, jelmakan dalam karya nyata,
Menjawab setiap keinginan,
selalu memberi yang terbaik,
menjadi kebanggaan kita bersama. Bank BPD DIY dampingi setiap langkah, menyambut masa depan. Bank BPD DIY mewujudkan komitmen membangun Yogyakarta. Kita berkembang bersama. Bank BPD DIY. Hadir di setiap nadi kehidupan, tumbuh dalam kebersamaan.
berdiri dengan semangat membangun.
Menurut kami, acara ini sangat bermanfaat dan patut untuk diapresiasi.
Hari ini jadi penari di acara International Dakwah Conference. Perasaannya senang banget, bangga bisa tampil di acara sebesar ini, apalagi ini acara internasional.
Pertama, saya mengapresiasi kegiatan IDAKON ini sebagai sebuah terobosan yang dilakukan oleh Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijogo.
Dan katanya ini selalu sudah diadakan beberapa kali conference tentang dakwah, tapi yang internasional pertama kali ya. Jadi saya sangat senang untuk mendengar itu. Jadi upaya baru supaya UIN Sunan Kalijaga juga bisa go internasional.
Saya sangat heran dan merasa terhormat untuk bisa datang ke sini untuk berbicara dengan beberapa dosen-dosen dan profesor-profesor yang sudah sampai tingkat internasional. Dan memang yang saya dapat dari konferensi ini sejauh ini sangat luar biasa.
I didn't know much about the WAC conference before, but this morning I found that there are so many students and professors who are rather enthusiastic toward the WAC studies, and it seems that all of us, all our participants are quite much enjoy the talking and making discussions.
Tujuan ini kita ingin mengumpulkan para peneliti, para aktivis sosial yang selama ini concern terhadap isu-isu keanekaragaman, isu-isu kemanusiaan, isu-isu budaya perdamaian, agar dari proses saling sharing itu ya bisa saling memperkuat ya upaya untuk memelihara keanekaragaman di dalam masyarakat, baik itu di tingkat lokal, nasional, bahkan internasional.
Dan semoga saya bisa menjadi lebih baik lagi dengan acara ini. Semoga sukses selalu.
It is with the goal of becoming a world-class institution, having outside speakers who bring a different perspective is very important for that. So I think it was very good. So far, the conference has been very interesting, a lot of fun, and I'm very happy to be here.
Well, I find this IDACON 2018 conference very invigorating, very interesting. I think the topic serves the community well. I think it's quite suitable for faculty of Da'wah to be really engaging on issues of Da'wahtainment and its relationship with piety, extremism, and global trends.
Saya kira acara IDACON ini sangat bagus dan menarik dan akan memberikan wacana atau cara alternatif dalam kita berdakwah. Karena kan era hari ini itu kan sudah berubah. Dan saya kira cara berdakwah pun juga harus berubah.
IDACON 2018 ini merupakan satu momen yang paling istimewa karena pada tahun ini kita mengangkat tema tentang Da'wahtainment, piety, ekstremis dan global trend, karena kita melihat dakwah di media ini memang sudah sangat luar biasa dan ada plus minusnya begitu. Jadi ini merupakan hal yang penting untuk kita kaji secara bersama. Tentu di sini membutuhkan kajian yang cukup mendalam. Maka dengan adanya IDACON ini kita berusaha menghadirkan para narasumber, para presenter untuk ikut berbicara terkait dengan perkembangan dakwah di media.
Membangun negeri tegak berdiri untuk masa depan, memadukan dan mengembangkan keislaman, keilmuan dan keindonesiaan. Serukan UIN Sunan Kalijaga, unggul dan terkemuka.
IDAKON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia. IDAKON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruhu wa na'udzu billahi min syururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina may yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudhlil fala hadiyalah. Asyhadu alla ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'da. The Honorable to the Rector, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Professor Dr. Phil Al-Makin, MA, Dean, Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, Professor Dr. Hajah Marhuma MPD, our distinguished invited speakers, all lecturer and staff Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, and all of the audiences. First of all, let's thank to God the Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us mercies and blessings to attend to this program without any obstacles in this happy place and time. Secondly, salawat and salam be with our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to likeness in this world as well as the next world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th International Dakwah Conference 2020 by the topic Dakwah Innovation for Prosperous Society from Indonesia to the World. Here I am, Salsabila Syahda Azhara, as the Master of Ceremony, will guide the seminar today. But before starting our agenda, let me explain the agenda schedule of this seminar. The first is opening. The second is reciting Holy Quran. The third is sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. The fourth is sing the hymn of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. The fifth is welcoming speech. The sixth is the entertainment and the announcement winner of short movie competition. The seventh is plenary sessions, and the last is closing. All blessed audiences, the first agenda is opening. Let's start our agenda today by saying Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before we go to the next agenda, let me explain the rule of plenary sessions today. The first rule is, please make sure that you have a stable network. Disconnect voice or the freeze picture will happen if your network is unstable. Please change your Zoom display into speaker view in order to focus on what the speakers are saying. Please make sure that the mic icon in your Zoom is on the mute mode in order to not disturb the discussion. The host has the authority to activate the mute mode of participants. The questions must be asked through the chat room. The committee will collect the questions from participants to be delivered to the moderator and the speakers. Deaf participants who need sign language access can pin themselves to the user SLI. Let's keep the comfort together in this webinar today. Thus all the rule of plenary sessions today, and I need to inform all of the participants that in the end of the agenda there will be a link of attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda is reciting the Holy Quran that will be read by Sylvie Nida Khofia, student of Major Development of Islamic of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. Sylvie is the runner-up of Hadroh competition in Special Region of Yogyakarta and Central of Java 2018. To Sylvie Nida Khofia, the time is yours. To all the participants, please wait for the room because there is an error in this agenda.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا ناجيتم الرسول فقدموا بين يدي نجواكم صدقة ذلك خير لكم وأطهر ذلك خير لكم وأطهر فإن لم تجدوا فإن الله غفور رحيم صدق الله العلي العظيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Sadaqallahul Adzim. Thank you to Sylvie Nida Khofia. And the next agenda is sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. To all ladies and gentlemen, please raise. The next agenda is sing the hymn of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University.
Sunan Kalijaga Islam, asas tujuanmu membangun citra keagungan bangsa berdasar Pancasila, integrasi
To all ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The next agenda is welcoming speech. The first speech is from Dean Faculty of Dakwah and Communication to Professor Dr. Hajah Marhumah, MPD. The time is yours.
IDAKON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia.
Good morning. Peace upon you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wabihi nasta'in ala umurid dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Honorable Bapak Rektor UIN Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Bapak Profesor Dr. Al-Makin, PhD, Honorable all invited speakers, Ibu Dr. Rosalia Sekiortino Mariono from Mahidol University, Dr. Donohan Abdul Ghafur Ova from Wake Forest University, USA, Dr. Simon Sin, Lutheran World Federation, Switzerland, Professor Dr. Obiora Aike from Ukaya University, Nigeria, Candidate PhD Eric David Koblenz from USA, dear colleagues, respectable audience participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome you to the 4th IDCON International Conference 2020. The International Dakwah Conference, we call IDACON, is an annual conference response to contemporary issues pertaining to dakwah, religion, and society. With the rapid development of new media and information technology, we see the increasing presence of religion in the public sphere. We see also how religious actors with this new development and making use of it for the sake of religious agenda. In the context of Indonesia, social media platforms such as WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter, and also YouTube have been disseminated preaching activities. This turn also lead to the fragmentation of religious authorities and politics of religion differences. In the context of media, religious people can easily choose to the variety of religious content according to their respective preferences. The emergence of new religious authorities in the form of conservative popular preachers challenging the traditional religious authorities. With their innovation way of formulating dakwah through social media can profoundly grab many religious audience, especially the urban youth who are inclined to pop culture ways of dakwah. The emergence of the backlash of the religious moderate employ social media to provide counter discourse to contested religious issues. In this context, new media and communication technology serve contested space for a variety of religious actor or religious groups, I think. With this new development, several academic problems can be raised here. What is the role of religion in the context of new media and vice versa? What does it mean with religious is media? How do religious actors engage with and instrumentalize new media for the purpose of religious preaching? How does mediated religion lead to politics of religious polarization and so forth and so forth? This international conference is also aimed at looking at position solution proposed to solve problem pertaining to nationalism, state, religion, and also a problem of society. There are several problems worthy to discuss on this occasion, also proposing possible solutions. The challenge of religious extremism to religious moderation, and so on and so on, transforming preaching activities into serving to need of the people, change to the develop of a purpose of just society. The emergence of new media serve not only challenge but also opportunities for us. How does the COVID-19 pandemic affect religion preaching activities? Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is conducted in 2 days. The first day, this day, have a presentation from our invited speaker, scholar, discussing a variety of topics addressed in this conference. On the second day, tomorrow inshallah, we will have open panel from all the participants who have submitted their article to selected academic journal published by the Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, UIN Sunan Kalijaga State University. On this occasion, the last, I would like to say thank to Professor Al-Makin, who have support and contributed to this conference. Thanks to all, to speaker, presenter, and participant in this conference. Many thanks also to the committee who have readily prepared this conference aims the corona outbreak. Indeed, today's IDACON is different from that of preceding years. Today, we have to deal with this pandemic, making use of technology to adjust to this current situation. We hope this pandemic to shall up. Amin, Allahumma amin. Amin, ya mujibas sa'ilin. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, welcome to the 4th IDACON International Dakwah Conference 2020. Please enjoy and always be healthy. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah wal ridha wal inayah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Professor Marhumah for the speech. And the next speech is from our rector of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, to Professor Dr. Phil Al-Makin, MA. The time is yours.
IDACON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank God, our gratitude to Him and only to Him. And I wish you all, our colleagues, friends, be happy and stay healthy. And we also pray to God that all those who get, kind of unfortunate days with the disease, my God cure and give remedy. And for those who still sick, I'm sorry, I have to turn off my phone. For those who still safe and remain healthy, we pray to God for their health and for their well-being. And we pray together for our well-being, for Muslims and for the world. Congratulations to Da'wah faculty. I'm so proud of this, the 4th conference of Da'wah faculty, IDACON. And, I'm so happy to hear our Dean of the Faculty of Da'wah in English. Very well done. I'm so proud of you, Ibu Dekan. Well done. With a good English and very good content. My message is very simple. Never underestimate the power of women, particularly Ibu Dekan Dakwah. Never underestimate, okay? She's well done and I'm so proud of it. And let's support the leadership of our Dean of Faculty of Dakwah, Ibu Professor Emma Marhumah. Thank you very much. And I should thanks honestly and frankly to the committee for this 4th international conference. I'm so proud of it, and let's continue working together, soldier to soldier, hand to hand. And I should thank for those who guests invited in this conference. Looking forward to your contribution, and thanks to all audience, thanks to all those who participate and involved in this conference. My all discussion bring fruitful results. Let me directly go to my materials, and because I am one of the speaker and even mentioned as a keynote speaker, I have to say something about the development of what Ibu Dekan already presented, that at the moment we are facing with a very important and vital discussion about the role of religions, publics, and democracy. Let me share my PowerPoint. Do you see that? Thank you very much. Community empowerment ideas and practices. This special presentation is made for particularly this conference, and perhaps these ideas and practices might contribute to ponder what should be done in the future, particularly related to the future of the Da'wah faculty, community engagement, and communication. Let me start with the ideas from Habermas. Habermas is a German philosopher who contributed a lot in thinking the role of public sphere, particularly beginning from his work Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit. This work originally in English, but already translated into many languages. Of course, English, and particularly in Bahasa Indonesia, many already familiar with this work, Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit. It means literally the change of the public sphere. Habermas wrote these dissertations with regard to his observations of the way in which public sphere changed from time to time and the role of individual, state, market, and society. How these vital elements interact with each other and then create what so-called public sphere, which until today is still used fondly in public. And we've talked about this since Jakarta Gubernur Ahok Cahayapurnama mentions this many times with providing some facilities to enhance communication among the public and comfortable for all citizens of Jakarta. But, you know, we don't discuss about controversy over the election of gubernatorial election in Jakarta. But let us see what is Habermas' ideas and what we might take. Particularly, Habermas see the development between society, states, and public opinion. It is really very important to have a good mood in our society so public opinion can be controlled not only by the state. So this by contrast to the new order under Pak Harto or Suharto always control public space in the interests of the government, the ruling party. But after the new order collapsed in 1998, and this is kind of mark of the beginning of openness in Indonesia and also decentralization and democratization, the government can no longer control public opinion. Public opinion flows naturally, and particularly there are some different views and ideologies in public. They warring or involved in a serious battles between so many ideologies, either conservatism, not so liberal. I wouldn't say liberal do present in our public sphere, but so many conservatism, and there are some intersection between religions, nationalism, democracy, and some ideas alternative to this. But unfortunately, as Ibu Dekan mentioned in her presentation, I do really appreciate that religions play a very dominant role in Indonesia. So everything related to state, everything related to democracy, everything related to society always measure with the standard of religiosity, be it ethics, be it democracy, be it rules of game, be it a general election, everything return to religion. Please keep note that since 1945, our leaders, those who lay a foundation to this nation, always stick to religion, that Indonesians are religious people and we cannot ignore the role of religions. So in this way, our country, our government, our society at the moment, always in between, never clearly stated. We are neither secular nor religious state, but in between, always accommodate religiosity of the people and the principle of secularity as the foundation of democracy. So in this way, it is very urgent for us to study this more seriously in order to give birth ideas. Which one and which system is better working for us? But we should thank to God that Indonesia as the biggest Muslim majority, as the biggest Muslim nation in the world, Indonesia, we can say perhaps, is very successful in promoting democracy. Just compare it to the Middle East, where many nations involved in unending crisis, in unending conflicts. They cannot resolve some problem among the interests of the people. So we see from Europe and American point of view that Middle East perhaps is a fail in many ways. However, Indonesia, I think presidential candidate a long time ago, but defeated by Donald Trump, which is Hillary Clinton, always mentioned, I think Bill Clinton too, that Indonesia should become a model for Muslims countries in the world. And indeed, however, the problem always lies in our hand and our endeavor, that we are not good enough in presenting Indonesia in the world stage, in the world forum. We always feel shame or perhaps shy, not ashamed, shy, shy that Indonesia is not well presented in the World Forum. We should do that much more. And I think this conference is doing quite well. Let us see other Habermas piece of work, which is a Theorie des Kommunikativen Handelns. This already translated into English and as well as in many other languages. This theory play a very crucial role in today's world scholarship, like the work before that we already explained. And many said that Habermas lay a good foundation in unification and in unity of the European countries, so it became European Union. So Habermas is very important thinker in showing insight, in foretelling the future, that among nations should not be divided, but among nations should build communication, should appreciate each other, and then they should cooperate in order to achieve a common goal. And I think one of our thinker who already passed away, Nurholis Majid, always say almost the same ideas, which is kalimatun sawa, common interest and common goal. We not only look for differences and stress differences, but also what is similarities among us, among our dream, so that we can achieve together despite or disregarding our differences. And you know, Indonesia is very diverse ethnicities, diverse faiths, and diverse traditions and diverse cultures. I think Habermas' ideas is very worth pondering, it's very worth contemplating. However, of course, we need a new interpretation, not only just taking Habermas theories, but we need modification and adaptation. Which point that is very important, which point is necessary, which point is relevant, which point should be modified. We cannot just take Western or Arabian theories directly to apply to our society, but we should ponder of adaptation, we should ponder of contextualization. And I think Nurholis Majid and Abdurrahman Wahid or Gustur already said this many times and in various occasions and various opportunities. However, let us look how the comparison between Habermas' ideas and Paulo Freire. Paulo Freire is known for liberal theology and particularly quoted by Indonesian activists and writer and commentator like Habermas. Both have differences and similarities in order to have kind of models. Which one is perhaps more relevant, or maybe we could combine Habermas, Jürgen Habermas ideas and Paulo Freire. There are some comparison. I took this from a journal already published in Scopus, of course. For instance, Paulo Freire based upon Marx, Hegel, Gramsci, Goldman, and etc. And Habermas based his theories on Durkheim, Kant, Hegel, etc. You can read in my PowerPoint. And the second level is ontological, which is Paulo Freire is more pragmatic and more practicable, perhaps in the third word condition, whereas Habermas is more theoretical and he is more rational. Of course, in terms of epistemological level, we also see differences between Paulo Freire and Habermas. On the one hand, Habermas always used his theoretical and rational approach because he's based on European traditions. He has a positive thinking of a human being, that a human being is basically rational. This, of course, is like hair of cogito ergo sum, of Descartian ideas. On the other hand, Paulo Freire is based on Latin America, South America. So he see a situation in South America perhaps has more similarities with Indonesia. We should ponder upon this more. And finally, in terms of methodology, involving how we could apply ideas from both Habermas and Paulo Freire in Indonesian context, we should see this. Habermas stressed on the theory of communicative action, which is reciprocal understanding achieved by rationality and achieved by dialogue among human beings. Please keep in mind that Habermas always has a positive views of human being, that human being is a rational, human being can accept one another, human being can understand one another. This is by contrast to Marxist ideas and Marxist thinker or post-structuralist ideas such as Michel Foucault or his student Jacques Derrida. And Freire, of course, he stressed on the engagement with community. I think Dakwah faculty can play a more significant role in developing Freire. Let us look directly to the ideas in Indonesia. At the moment, in Indonesian context, Indonesia, of course, flourish democracy. We have a good opportunity. We are optimistic with Indonesian democracy, despite some flaws, some defects, you know, money, serangan fajar or dawn attack. Serangan fajar is very common in many levels of election, from village, lurah, head of district, bupati, until, national election. So our democracy, of course, has flaws and defects, and many observers and commentators like Marcus Misner in Australia or Bob Hefner from America always see this. And even our young scholar like Burhanuddin Muhtadi or his network in Jakarta, Saiful Muzani, saw these defects. We are Muslim majority. This is, in fact, both opportunity and challenges. Opportunity, we could show to the world that democracy and Islam is compatible. Nothing controversy about the relation of Islam as a religion and democracy as a system of politics. And indeed, we already show to the world that democracy, despite some defects and some flaws, can work in Indonesia, and we are quite happy. Of course, we have conflicting interests. We also see ourselves that we are not consistent, and particularly our character building education, which is akhlak education. We have a lot of works to do. We have homework in this area. And we should also be optimistic. Decentralization work, despite there are some local kings or raja lokal, local kings in Indonesian term, because due to the decentralization, many local have more authority, and they often fail to coordinate with the central government, and they prefer or not prefer. We see some defects in terms of sectarianism. Sectarianism is quite prevailing in the current democracy in Indonesia. Sectarianism refer to Abdurrahman Wahid or Gus Dur, either means the sentiment from local ethnicity or organizations, religious organization. And I think this is dangerous. Abdurrahman Wahid already warned us about the danger of sectarianism. We give priority to our groups. We disregard other groups' interests. And this gives birth to conflicts. And this gives birth to instability. And of course, if it is stable, it will not long last. Because if we make other faction disappointed, if we make other groups feel unsatisfied with our policy, this kind of time bomb it will explode someday. So Indonesia, I think, is like a laboratory. How we could manage diversity in terms of politics, how we could manage community intact despite some differences. Laboratory for whom? For the world, of course, and laboratory for Islam. Many Western thinkers like Fukuyama, Huntington, everybody already familiar with their thesis, that Islam and democracy is kind of antagonism, not compatible. We don't have to fight over this and criticize them. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's practice our democracy and let's see what is the result. I'm sure Indonesia has the best opportunity to practice democracy and to adapt our concept of theology, our interpretation of Islam based upon democratic life. So I'm quite optimistic. Secondly, which is quite relevant to the faculty of Da'wah, is either we have studies opportunities, how we should study our community, our society, our country, and we could offer models of development. So please keep in mind that we are not alone. Okay, I will highlight this. We are not alone. Previous scholars, our predecessors, have begun this work. We should put our opinion on their shoulder so we could develop further. So please stand on giant shoulder. Don't work alone. Don't start from scratch. Zero. That is not the way the work should develop. The work should develop based upon previous works. Let us see what is our previous work. Firstly, you remember this guy in my slideshow, Mansur Faqih. Mansur Faqih is a public figure from 1980s, 1990s, and 2000. He dominated the discourse in a non-government organization or LSM. He authored many books and also practiced community engagement. We have 3 important books from him worth pondering. So please read these books. This book is quite important, and this become foundation of the establishment of Pasca Sarjana in our university and the opening of multidisciplinary social work. And then this program sent our lecturers, including my wife, Dr. Rofa, to McGill University to study social work. First is about neoliberalism, against neoliberalism, bebas dari neoliberalisme. Secondly, critics to New Order, the ideology of developmentalism and globalization. That is the second book. And the third book is Civil Society. If you look at Mansur Faqih, for me personally, based on Paulo Freire that I have mentioned earlier, it reminds me my best friend, my colleague who already passed away before us, Agus Nuryatno. This picture I have taken from a website of McGill University. Agus Nuryatno's dissertations is based upon Paulo Freire liberal theology. And of course, Agus Nuryatno is very fond of Mansur Faqih, and he admires Mansur Faqih. In various occasions, formally or informally, I have several discussions with Agus Nuryatno with regard to his ideas of social transformation, critique to developmentalism, against globalization, and any other ideas related to community empowerment. So please appreciate both Mansur Faqih and Agus Nuryatno, both already passed away, and we can read their works. So, humoris incidentes. So please stand in a giant soldier. Both Mansur Fakih and Agus Nuryatno, I think, already lay foundation on which we could develop further the ideas of community engagement, the ideas of response to globalization, the ideas of how to empower our society, particularly we are Muslim community. Both Agus Nuryatno and Mansur Fakih, although a good Muslims, I believe both are good Muslims, even perhaps better than me. Yes, indeed, they are better than me in terms of their faith and their practices of religion and their piety. They do not hesitate to take Latin America, South America as a model in their thinking. Mansur Fakih has built very important works because he gained some support from international foundation like Oxfam and other foundation. Agus Nuryatno started to flourish as he went to Japan to expand his horizon, but he passed away in Japan. I'm very sad because he's a member of Al Jamiah International Journal and he's my close friend. But I wish that Agus' work will last forever. Will last forever, and then we can develop further. Secondly, let me recall another figure whom I refer and many NGO activists in Indonesia also refers, which is Romo Mangunwijaya. He's a Catholic priest. His work until now is quite gigantic because his areas is very large, very big, from literary criticism, community engagement, and empowering the poor. One of his works, quite famous, is empowering Kali Code rivers in Yogyakarta. He built this with his concept of community engagement. And another is like taking Paulo Freire ideas in liberal theology. It is very interesting to note, though, that a liberal theology in South America closely related to the movement of Protestantism. Whereas Romo Mangunwijaya is a Catholic priest. I think it's Projo order. And he took that ideas and adapt and also contextualize not only in community engagement, but also in education. We still have his elementary school of Mangunan. And we can see this in Yogyakarta. So please keep in mind the two important public figures, Mansur Fakih and Romo Mangunwijaya, should become our important figure upon whom we should develop. Let us see this short summary of my talk. Community empowerment. Romo Mangunwijaya give us lesson about poverty, inclusive education, multiculturalism. He is a Catholic. He's friend to Abdurrahman Wahid, Gus Dur, and he also promote interfaith dialogue. Mansur Fakih has a community engagement, has a participatory and emancipatory method and critique to development of the new order, developmentalism of the new order. I think I already talked too much and maybe you get bored and some sleepy in the morning. Please have a breakfast. Please be happy. Please do sports. Please do exercise, at least walking or jogging or taking riding bicycle or playing table tennis. If that is your hobby, please come and I will play table tennis with you happily. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations for holding this conference. Welcome to all cases, international courses, national cases. Welcome and please be happy. We wish that this COVID-19 over soon and then we can come and meet directly person to person physically. So thank you very much once again for all the committee, and I do appreciate and deem in high regard the Dean of the Faculty of Dakwah, Professor Emma Marhumah, the Vice Dean Ibu Jasmini, the Vice Dean Fajar Hotma, and another Vice Dean, Pak Mustafa. Thank you very much. And my high regard also to all the heads of the department, secretaries of the department, all lecturers, all students of the faculty of Dakwah. UIN Sunan Kalijaga untuk bangsa, UIN Sunan Kalijaga mendunia. UIN Sunan Kalijaga for this nation, and UIN Sunan Kalijaga is going to global. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Rektor.
I should leave because I have another conference in Usuluddin Faculty. So I wish you all luck and be happy and stay healthy. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Professor Al-Makin for this speech. And the next agenda is the video entertainment and the announcement winner of short movie competition. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the video of the 3rd International Dakwah Conference. Have a good time and please enjoy the video.
Dari mana? Dari sana ya? Ini matiin aja. Matiin aja. Udah. Itu.
Can learn and take opportunity to learn how Islam is as a religion and to practice in our routine daily life and so on.
Well, I think the conference is well organized and very timely to understand democracy process in Indonesia and beyond Indonesia, mainly ASEAN, and understanding the diversity of the people. And most important is the message to the student, so that the student be able to pick up some knowledge, wisdom, and experience from speakers, and who I think they might apply in their life, so that we can improve, we can help the society outside the campus.
Jadi yang pertama harapan kita tentu aktivitas seperti ini menjadi aktivitas tahunan Fakultas Dakwah, karena kita berharap ini menjadi salah satu masterpiece dari program unggulan Fakultas Dakwah.
IDAKON 2019. Oke.
And now we will announce the winner of short movie competition in order of the 50 Milad of Faculty of Dawah and Communication.
Put, berani Put. Kenapa? Anak berita ke? Berita apa gue? Ki berita tentang virus ki teman-teman. Iya. Apa sih? Terus corona. Antrimen gue. Gue juga kurang ngerti ki lah. Cara ngehindarinya ki Oh. Kayak ngene. Menang. Menang. Kayak kudu waspada ki. Betul. Kayak cara karepe cuci tangan. Terus nganggo klambi kayak mantel terus apa man? Oh iya, kira ka anggerana wong jaba karepe diisolasi. Oh iya, bener kowe bener. Oh, kayak gue. Tias. Apa ya? Godengin. Siap-siap. Oke. Tunggu ya. Yuk.
A few moments later.
Ayo dolan. Hah? Kok nganggo kayak kue ya? Dari ceweknya krungu, cewek aku nganggo masker, aku nganggo isolasi, aku nganggo klambi kayak mantel, yus kayak kiye. Maksudnya cewekku nganggo kayak iki ya? Iya kayak nenek. Kayak iki dipasang loh kayak iki. Oh kayak kue. Dia. Aduh.
Daniel.
Jangan nganggo masker dan sanitizer makanannya di bawah. Romantis. Iya Mawar.
Halo Sin, aja lali garap tugas namaku lho, ke OTW.
Iya, aku tak siap-siap OTW sih ya. Wes. Ya ampun. Iya Mawar.
Sin, kowe kapan OTW? Aku bingung garape.
Iya, aku berangkas OTW. Saya.
Masa kita OTW terus?
Pamit. Arep nang ndi? Mawar sik tugas. Apa rasa dikerjakan nang omah? Mbok nganggo masker dan sanitizer, makanane digawa.
Ma, maskernya nang endi?
Neng keranjang abang. Nek ndokoke dieling-eling.
Ma, mukena nang endi?
Neng meja setrika.
Ma, hand sanitizer nang endi?
Ndek iki dienggo Mas Tony.
Mas, hand sanitizermu tak ambil ya?
Apa sing rusak?
Kok rusak sih?
Ya kan ambil nang service center jaremu.
Hah? Embo, Mas? Wes. Masker wes, mukena wes, hand sanitizer aman. Wes pamit ya.
Ya hati-hati, jaga jarak. Apa mana sing ketinggalan?
Takmu ku durung.
Aku memiliki sebuah cerita. Cerita tentang KKN-ku di masa pandemi. Akibat pandemi ini, lifestyle memang harus diubah. Masker, sabun cuci tangan, hand sanitizer adalah barang yang wajib dibawa. Selain itu, alat makan dan ibadah pun aku bawa sendiri. Ya, corona sungguh menyebalkan. Banyak hal yang harus diubah. Contohnya, KKN-ku kali ini kulakukan di daerah sendiri, Desa Pucang Simo, Kabupaten Jombang. Saat pertama kali aku menginjakkan kakiku di desa ini, aku coba melihat di sekelilingku, merenungkan sejenak apa yang dapat kulakukan untuk membangun desa ini. Dengan kondisi pandemi sekarang, bukanlah sebuah hambatan untuk berpikir kreatif dan dapat memberikan manfaat bagi warga sekitar. Ya, tidak lupa, lifestyle new normal selalu dinomorsatukan. Namaku Rini, ini aku dan cerita KKN-ku.
Namun kita tak perlu khawatir, kita harus optimis untuk melawan penyebaran virus corona. Patuhi protokol kesehatan dan jangan lupa tetap Pandemi virus corona saat ini masih merebak di berbagai negara, salah satunya di Indonesia. Namun kita tak perlu khawatir, kita harus optimis untuk melawan penyebaran virus corona. Patuhi protokol kesehatan dan jangan lupa tetap pakai masker jika keluar rumah. Kesehatan merupakan hal yang sangat penting bagi kehidupan manusia. Maka dari itu, tetap jaga kesehatan dan jangan lupa biasakan untuk selalu mencuci tangan pakai sabun sebelum dan sesudah beraktivitas. Terkadang, sebagian orang masih menganggap abai dengan protokol kesehatan. Padahal, itu semua adalah upaya pemerintah untuk mencegah penyebaran virus corona. Nah, tentunya kita sebagai manusia harus saling mengingatkan tentang betapa pentingnya arti protokol kesehatan di saat pandemi. Saya Indonesia, bersama kita lawan Corona.
Congratulations to all the winners. And ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the plenary session with the speakers, Dr. Rosalia Scortino from Mahidol University of Thailand, Dr. Donohan Abdugafurova from Emory, Dr. Simonesin from Lutheran World Federation of Switzerland, Dr. Abira Aike from GlobalFix.net Foundation of Switzerland, and Eric David Koblenz, doctoral students at Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies of USA. These plenary sessions will be guided by the moderator, Dr. Anda Siti Syamsiatun, MA PhD, the Associate Professor in Major Development of Islamic Society. To Dr. Anda Siti Syamsiatun, the time is yours.
IDAKON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia.
Thank you, Mbak Salsa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man tabi'ahu ila yaumiddin. Honorable Rector, although he has left, Honorable Dean of Fakultas Dakwah dan Komunikasi Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga, Profesor Dr. Marhumah MPD, distinguished speakers, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me, Siti Samsiatun, a teaching faculty at Fakultas Dakwah dan Komunikasi, to thank you all again for your sincere commitment to make this IDACON happening at this very moment. Thank you very much. I am very delighted to moderate this very prestigious conference organized by Fakultas Dakwah dan Komunikasi, and this also to mark the 50th anniversary of Fakultas Dakwah. Dirgahayu FDK. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia. We are truly privileged to have distinguished speakers and experts in their respective fields who come from different countries, different nationalities, also different religious traditions, to share their experiences, thoughts, and our common concerns to this International Dakwah Conference under the theme of Dakwah Innovation for the Prosperous Community from Indonesia to the world. Now, I would like to personally greet and welcome all invited speakers, also to check if they all have joined our Zoom conference, because we have so different time zones from Indonesia, USA, and Europe. Now, I would like to say selamat pagi, good morning, sawasdi, guten morgen, bonzo, sabahul khair. To first, Ibu Rosalia Surtino. Are you with us, Ibu Lia?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. Thank you. Welcome. And I would like to greet Sister Donohan Abdu Gofura from West Forest University in North Carolina. Hello, good evening there. Good morning from Indonesia.
Hey, good evening.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I would like to greet Sister Professor Dr. Simona Sin in Bose. Mbak Simona, are you with us? Mbak Simona Sin, are you with us? Okay, maybe it is still very early in Bose in Switzerland. Now I would like to greet Professor Dr. Obiora Ike. I think he's also right now living in Geneva, Switzerland. Maybe it's also still very early there. We hope Mbak Simona and Dr. Ike will be joining us very soon. And good morning, selamat pagi untuk Mas Eric. Eric Goblenz, US student studying at Indonesian Consortium for Studies. He is staying in Indonesia right now. Eric, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello. Okay, good morning. So we have at least 3 speakers with us. I hope 2 joining very soon. I would like to introduce briefly our invited speakers because they all have so thick dossiers of work, of experiences. So please pardon me if I only, take very few of your achievements and records. Ibu Rosalia Surtino Sumaryono is a cultural anthropologist and development sociologist by training. She earned her master and doctorate at Vrije University Amsterdam with honors. Currently, she is associate professor at the Institute for Population and Social Research, IPSR, at Mahidol University, visiting professor at the Master and PhD in International Development Studies, Chulalongkorn University, also Senior Social Development and Health Advisor to Empowering Indonesian Women for Poverty Reduction Program, or MAMPU, a joint initiative of the Indonesian Ministry of National Development Planning and the Australian National Agency. Ibu Lia also served as a senior advisor and also served as regional director for Asia of the Rockefeller Foundation from 2000 to 2007. Also, prior to that, she was also program officer on General Health and Human Development at the Indonesia and the Philippine office of the Ford Foundation. So Ibu Lia, thank you very much for joining us. And Ms. Donohan Abdugafurova, she did research on women preachers in Uzbekistan. Currently, she's working at the Office of Online Education at the Wake Forest University, United States. And she also helped the faculty in course mapping and design by prioritizing learning goals and ensuring that the course curricula and learning activities reflect students' abilities. Currently, she is also working toward her completion of PhD degree at Emory University. Thank you very much and good luck for your PhD.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Simona Sin, a theologian and ordained pastor, seconded to the WCC, the World Council of Churches. She represented the Evangelical Church of Germany. And Dr. Simona also holds a doctorate in systematic theology at the from the University of Münster, Germany. Her doctoral research, she explores the theological and socio-political questions entangled in religious pluralism, and she took the case in Indonesia, so she is very familiar in Indonesia. From 2013 to 2018, Simona worked in the theology department at the Lutheran World Federation in Geneva and coordinated international study processes and consultation in the area of public theology and interreligious relation. I think it is during that time that I became a colleague of her and now become friends also. Dr. Sin joined the faculty at the Bose Economical Institute in July 2018, combining her responsibility at the WCC. And our next invited speaker later on will be Professor Reverend Monsignor Dr. Obiora Ike, the Executive Director of Globatics.net. He is a human rights activist, development practitioner, public speaker, teacher, pastor, and bridge builder across continents. Dr. Ike studied in Nigeria, Austria, Germany, France, and UK, so he likes to learn, and he holds degrees in philosophy, theology, economics, journalism, and political science. He gained his doctorate in Bonn, Germany, with a specialization in Christian social principle, and he completed in 1986. Dr. Ike has held several posts in church, society, and state. He also founded a number of development organizations in Nigeria, including the Catholic Institute for Development, Justice, Peace, and Caritas, and the Umuchinyimere Pro Credit Microfinance Bank, and has served as the chairperson of 27 organizations. Amazing. He also held several academic posts, most recently as professors of ethics and intercultural studies, Godfrey Oke University, Nigeria, and as chair of government of Unugu State Economic Advisory Committee since 2015. So we have really great speakers today. And last but not least, our young scholar, my own student, Eric David Koblenz. He is a PhD candidate at the Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies. It is a consortium of 3 universities in Indonesia who combine different religious traditions, UIN Sunan Kalijogo, Universitas Gajah Mada, dan Universitas Kristen Duta Wacana. Before coming to Indonesia, Eric already completed his master's at the Ashland Theological Seminary and have been involved in many voluntary works, among others Mama Somers Orphanage and he also worked at as a volunteer caring for children, and also in Love is a Work. That was nice, Eric. Yeah, Love is a Work, where he and the other volunteers serving food, clothes, and for the homeless. So that are the very short CV from our invited speakers. And for the organization of our talk today, I would like to invite all the speakers to speak first. Then later on, we will have a discussion, question and answer. And each speakers will speak about 15 to 20 minutes maximum. And please pardon me if I shall give you sign when your time is almost finished, about in 2 minutes before that. Yeah. And to all participants, please kindly write your questions in the chat room, and you can write your question in Indonesian or in English, and please address put the name whom you would like your question to address. Ya, silahkan para partisipan untuk menuliskan pertanyaan di chat room. Anda bisa menulis dalam bahasa Inggris dan atau bahasa Indonesia, dan pertanyaan ditujukan ke siapa. Ya, nanti panitia akan mengumpulkan pertanyaan-pertanyaan tersebut, and we will present it in the question and answer. So I think that is clear for the structure of our conference today. Now, without further ado, I would like to kindly invite Ibu Lia to speak on the topic of new trends in social movements for healthier society. Ibu Lia, you can speak both languages, Indonesian and English, and the forum is yours for 20 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you especially to Ibu Emma, an old friend who now is the decan of the university. And thank you for the honor to be speaking here. I will be talking about the way new technology influence the thinking about social movement. And I'm very happy that Fakhri was mentioned in the previous presentation of the president of IIN, because indeed I am talking from the same tradition about how to achieve change in society. But today, in particularly, I am interested in the way new technology give us new opportunity, but also bring us with certain challenge. Now, I will be talking in Indonesian because I think most of the public is Indonesian, so I want to be sure that it's easy to understand, but of course I am willing also later on to answer question in English or mix the two languages. So let me share first the presentation. Okay, please let me know if you can see it. Yes, okay. So ini di sini saya akan bicara seperti tadi saya bicara dalam bahasa Inggris tentang gerakan sosial dalam konteks era digital. Kita tahu bahwa dengan dampak COVID-19 terjadi perubahan dalam gaya hidup kita dan mendorong permintaan untuk teknologi yang digital. Memang teknologi ini sudah dipakai sebelum COVID-19, tapi sekarang kita terpaksa untuk memakainya karena memang ada peraturan jarak sosial yang membatasi cara memberi pendidikan, penyuluhan, dakwah maupun konferensi seperti kita lihat sekarang ini. Hubungan orang ke orang jadi lebih sulit, jadi orang cari solusi dalam memakai instrumen-instrumen digital, dan ini memang memberi kesempatan tapi juga memberi tantangan. Kita mulai saja dari lihat situasi di Indonesia. Di Indonesia memang satu negara dengan populasi yang sangat besar dan sudah internet mempunyai peran yang sangat besar. Tapi kita jangan lupa bahwa ini masih sampai 64% yang punya akses ke internet. Jadi masih ada cukup banyak orang, mengingat populasi Indonesia 263 juta, bahwa belum punya akses ke internet. Juga internet ini belum tentu akses yang stabil karena orang mungkin tidak ada dana untuk beli pulsa, jadi berhenti dulu, baru dapat dana, baru mulai lagi dengan internet. Jadi kita tidak bisa asumsi bahwa semuanya punya akses yang sama pada internet. Dan ini jadi masalah pada saat pendidikan seperti memang sudah terjadi di Indonesia, bahwa pada saat pendidikan mau diberikan online, ternyata banyak anak yang tidak bisa ikut karena tidak punya akses ke internet. Jadi walaupun kita harus proyeksikan diri untuk dunia digital, harus juga sadari bahwa akses pada dunia itu tidak sama untuk semua kelompok uang. Yang jelas banyak sekali perusahaan di sini yang sudah disebut unicorn karena sudah pendapatan yang berjuta-juta yang didasari atas pemakaian media digital, internet, mulai dari Gojek, ride sharing, e-commerce, travel, Traveloka, tapi sekarang Traveloka tidak terlalu bagus karena kita tahu kita tidak bisa travel. Saya sendiri tidak bisa dari Thailand ke Indonesia walaupun sangat rindu sama teman-teman di Indonesia. Dan yang dipikirkan akan menjadi besar ada digital health juga karena memang pengaruh COVID-19, di mana kita tidak bisa pergi ke rumah sakit atau ke puskesmas, jadi konsultasi ke dokter dan lain-lain akan lewat dengan digital health. Jadi ini yang dipikirkan akan jadi kesempatan besar untuk bisnis di bidang kesehatan. Tapi apa implikasi untuk gerakan sosial? Dalam melihat hal yang ini ada dua pandangan yang sangat berbeda. Ada yang bisa dibilang pesimis dan ada yang masih optimis. Yang pesimis akan bilang bahwa di era digital ini akan melemahkan gerakan kolektif karena individu tambah individual. Jadi kita sekarang komunikasi lewat media dari rumah, kita di dalam rumah tidak ketemu banyak orang, tidak akan organisasi, tidak akan ada pertemuan untuk mempersiapkan demonstrasi misalnya dan lain-lain. Ini semuanya akan membuat kita menjadi lebih individualis dan gerakan kolektif yang diperlukan untuk perubahan sosial akan lebih lemah daripada yang dulu. Itu yang pandangan pesimis bisa dibilang. Tapi ada juga pandangan yang optimis yang bilang yang media digital akan punya peran yang sangat penting untuk memperkuat gerakan sosial yang masa ini dan masa depan. Kita harus ingat bahwa agenda gerakan sosial sangat luas dan kompleks. Hari ini saya tidak akan bicara tentang inti dari gerakan sosial, tapi saya mau mengingatkan bahwa jika kita bicara gerakan sosial di masa sekarang banyak hal yang sangat kompleks seperti di Indonesia, tapi di dunia saja radikalisasi, sektaris, politik, identitas. Ini yang benar-benar berakar pada diri kita sendiri. Patriarki, Ibu Emma dan teman-teman di IAIN sangat kuat melawan patriarki di dalam masyarakat Indonesia maupun di dalam agamanya sendiri. Dan ini satu tantangan yang sangat besar untuk semua perempuan di dunia, bukan hanya di Indonesia. Kesenjangan sosial ekonomi yang menjadi lebih besar dan tidak jadi orang jadi kaya, tapi kok kesenjangan dengan orang miskin dan kaya tambah terus. Bad governance, ini satu masalah yang dari Trump yang mungkin sekarang sudah bye-bye, tapi masih banyak sekali leader yang mirip Trump yang masih sangat mempunyai pengaruh di dunia, dan governance-nya atau cara atur pemerintah bukan demi kepentingan masyarakat, tapi demi kepentingan sendiri. Termasuk dalam sistem kesehatan seperti dilihat di Indonesia, di mana sistem kesehatan lemah, tidak berhasil dalam kontrol, atau banyak waktu yang dibuang dan sekarang masih dibuang dalam kontrol COVID-19. Dan yang jangan lupa kerusakan lingkungan. Nah, ini hal-hal dan masih ada banyak hal yang bisa disebut yang cukup kompleks. Jadi yang jadi tantangan pada saat kita pakai media digital, apakah hal yang kompleks ini bisa dibuat begitu, penjelasannya begitu pendek bahwa masuk dalam satu Instagram atau masuk dalam satu Twitter yang hanya 20 berapa kata. Bagaimana kita bisa promosikan hal-hal yang terkait dengan hal yang kompleks begini? Padahal sosial media akan membawa kita untuk sependek mungkin. Nah, ini salah satu tantangan yang di depan kita. Tapi lebih menarik lagi untuk kita harus analisa apa perubahan yang akan terjadi pada gerakan-gerakan sosial. Dan ini ada dua hal. Jadi satu, bagaimana media digital membentuk perubahan partisipasi dan aktivisme politik. Ini pertanyaan pertama. Dan ada 3 perubahan besar. Satu, dari aksi kolektif yang disebut collective action, kita akan yang ke aksi konektif. Jadi kita memang yang diutamakan koneksi di antara individu-individu, bukan lagi organisasi sebagai pusat perhatian. Kedua, dari kolektif, maaf ini tidak bisa baca ini, harus tutup dulu. Dari kolektif maaf, ini ada masalah dengan maaf. Ini dari collective action frame ke personal action frame. Saat di sini lagi ada perubahan sekali lagi dari organisasi menjadi lebih ke individu dan ruang digital. Dan jejaring komunikasi menjadi inti dalam organisasi pun. Jadi organisasi pun tidak akan bisa tanpa mempunyai sistem jejaring yang digital. Jadi ini 3 perubahan besar yang kita masih belum tahu bagaimana akan akibatnya, tapi jelas akan berubah cara dan sudah berubah cara kita organisasi. Pertanyaan kedua itu adalah sejauh apa perbedaan dengan pada organisasi tradisional. Jadi jika kita bandingkan cara organisasi sekarang dengan cara organisasi yang akan datang, apa perubahan? Khususnya kita bisa membedakan 3 cara organisasi, di mana yang paling banyak digital adalah crowd-enabled action. Jadi orang tidak suka dengan orang lain atau tidak suka dengan hal tersebut akan mulai kampanye sendiri dan akan cari dengan sistem crowd dan crowdfunding pun. Jadi orang macam-macam akan cari orang lain yang setuju dengan pendapat dia dan itu akan diteruskan. Jadi ini hanya pakai media digital dan siapapun sebetulnya bisa mulanya. Yang kedua, organizationally enabled. Jadi tetap walaupun pakai media digital, tetap organisasi punya peran dalam memulai sistem, dalam memulai aksi. Nah, ini yang hibrid yang paling banyak sekarang ini. Jadi di masa sekarang ini kita masih dalam fase transisi, paling banyak yang dipakai yang semacam hibrid system, di mana organisasi jalan, dan media juga jalan, 2 aksi jalan bersama. Yang ketiga masih yang lebih mirip yang model tradisional, di mana organisasi adalah pusat dari satu aksi, dan anggota, dan masih ada hierarki dalam organisasi, masih ada statement-statement organisasi, jadi masih lebih terstruktur daripada yang model yang kedua sebelumnya, dan di mana media digital sebetulnya hanya perangkat ya atau corong, tidak utama dalam menimbulkan aksi. Jadi dengan mengingatkan dua perubahan ini, kita lihat lebih detail perubahan-perubahan yang sudah terjadi. Seperti sekarang konferensi, rapat, perayaan, ini perayaan Hari Nasional Indonesia itu dibuat online. Ini masih ada masalah karena kita masih dengan model lama, jadi mau membuat perayaan seperti di dunia nyata, tapi pusatkan di dunia digital, tapi belum berubah format. Formatnya masih sama, seperti tadi bisa dilihat di konferensi ini masih ada sambutan-sambutan, ada lagu nasional, ada ini semuanya sesuai dengan yang di dunia nyata. Belum punya bentuk sendiri di dunia digital. Sampai ada kompetisi olahraga, teater, seni, itu dipindahkan ke dunia virtual, tapi sekali lagi belum mendapat bentuknya yang bisa dibilang khas. Ya. Ini lebih ke pindahan dari rumah nyata ke dunia yang virtual. Aktivisme lewat media sosial. Ini mungkin Anda sudah familiar dengan ini bentuk Instagram. Jadi ini contoh-contoh dari kampanye dan aktivisme yang dilakukan untuk berbagai alasan kekerasan terhadap perempuan atau Black Lives Matter atau yang lain, Lebanon, apa yang kita bisa buat untuk bantu dan lain-lain. Ini dengan model slide pendek yang sekali lagi mungkin hanya 5-6 slide yang akan membicarakan masalah yang sangat kompleks. Jadi banyak yang khawatir bahwa ini akan membuat hal yang kompleks menjadi terlalu sederhana, dan ini akan memberi pemahaman yang tidak mempunyai nuansa, dan kita tahu bahaya jika memang jadi black and white, ya, tidak akan memberi kompleksitas yang kita harus hadapi. Social networking sekarang dilakukan dengan grup, ya, itu model utama untuk social network adalah grup, adalah WhatsApp, adalah Line di Thailand, atau Telegram yang dari Cina. Ini ada beberapa grup yang sudah kita tahu semuanya kita pakai tiap hari untuk komunikasi, untuk organisasi, untuk atur kelas dan lain-lain lewat grup, dan ada masalah tertentu yang saya tidak perlu karena kita semuanya ahli sudah dalam memakai social networking lewat grup. Nah, advokasi masih bisa dibuat dengan dua cara, lewat media platform dan webinar. Yang kita sudah tahu ratusan webinar sampai tidak tahu lagi harus pilih yang mana, karena dari kita senang ikut webinar-webinar akhirnya jadi tidak tahan lagi karena terlalu banyak yang dilakukan. Tapi memang ini salah satu cara untuk advokasi untuk masa yang ini. Tapi ada yang lebih kompleks, ya, yang kita masih belum tahu banyak, seperti virtual empowering. Jadi dipakai virtual reality untuk seperti yang kasus di Singapura agar perempuan kuat dalam menghadapi kekerasan. Jadi dibuat scene-nya dibuat seperti real, seperti nyata, tapi tidak nyata, agar perempuan belajar bagaimana hadapi ini dengan pakai virtual reality. Ini jelas masih lebih ke masa depan. Kita sekarang ini masih belum pakai yang sistem-sistem seperti ini, tapi ini sudah ada yang bisa dipakai untuk empowering, untuk training, untuk macam-macam usaha dalam advokasi dan gerakan sosial. Jadi ini yang terakhir, kita akan bicara manfaat, ya seperti tadi sudah dibicarakan, dan dalam latar belakang konferensi ini, saya kutip, digitalisasi meningkatkan kecepatan, kecakupan, dan efisiensi informasi yang komunikasi yang memberikan peluang untuk memobilisasi inovasi praktek dakwah. Ya, dakwah yang juga bisa dipakai untuk mendorong perubahan sosial. Ini jelas sekali dalam latar belakang untuk konferensi ini, bisa juga dipakai untuk gerakan sosial yang lain yang tidak pakai dakwah tapi pakai advokasi dan pakai bentuk lain organisasi untuk gerakan sosial. Yang kedua, dapat menghubungkan warga di antara warga dengan social networking, dengan pemerintah maupun stakeholder lainnya. Ketiga, memberi kesempatan ekspresi diri, aktivisme bisa lebih fleksibel, lebih cair, tidak perlu struktur organisasi yang baku, banyak medium yang kita bisa pakai, meme, slogan, video, tweet, blog, dan lain-lain, dan dapat jembatani jarak geografis. Misalnya kita bicara sekarang ini, biasanya hanya orang Jogja yang bisa hadir, tapi sekarang mungkin orang dari Amerika, dari mana juga bisa hadir, mendengar jika tertarik. Tapi tantangannya luar biasa juga. Konsentrasi, saya yakin dari 700 orang yang ikut seminar ini mungkin hanya 20-30 yang benar-benar konsentrasi dan mendengar pembicara apa yang pembicara karena sulit sekali untuk konsentrasi, apalagi jika kita di rumah sibuk dengan yang lain-lain, seperti dalam contoh juggling, ya sekarang khususnya untuk perempuan. Dulu kerjanya di rumah, tapi di luar kantor, anaknya diurus orang lain, tapi sekarang harus urus anak, harus bersihin rumah, harus kerja khususnya dengan perempuan. Jadi multiple burden dengan sistem work from home ini, misalnya salah satu tantangan. Kompetisi untuk perhatian di dunia maya sangat ketat, seperti tadi Pak Rektor harus berangkat ada konferensi lain, atau mungkin dari rumah sendiri, tapi tetap ganti konferensi dan lain-lain. Kita sendiri mungkin 10-15 webinar tiap hari yang diundang untuk partisipasi. Yang jelas hal ini sangat sulit untuk memajukan hal-hal yang kita mau dorong. Pandangan alternatif sulit tembus di dunia maya karena memang juga ada dana. Kita harus sadari bahwa dunia maya bukan neutral, ya. Bahwa jika kita mau advokasi untuk hal tertentu, kita akan dapat oposisi yang mungkin jauh lebih kuat karena datang dengan pandangan mainstream atau pandangan mayoritas, misalnya dalam hal patriarki. Dan investasi dana kita mungkin jauh lebih sedikit daripada investasi dana kelompok-kelompok mainstream atau konservatif ini. Jadi walaupun kita sangat kreatif, itu tetap kita harus menyadari bahwa di dunia maya penting juga punya resources finansial yang cukup sangat tinggi, ya, dan ada juga masalah algoritma yang akan mungkin melemahkan advokasinya kita. Komitmen dalam hal yang saya sebut tadi yang patriarki dan lain-lain itu perlu komitmen yang bertahun-tahun. Mungkin kita mulai advokasi untuk yang perkawinan anak mungkin sudah dimulai 20 tahun sebelum berhasil, baru tahun-tahun terakhir ini. Ya, perjuangan dari kelompok-kelompok perempuan sangat lama sampai konsisten. Apakah konsistensi ini bisa dengan media sosial di mana perhatian hanya sebentar, habis itu ya ada yang lain. Ini sulit. Echo chamber, polarisasi. Kita tahu sekarang karena disederhanakan dan jadi black and white, terjadi polarisasi, setuju tidak setuju, dan kita akhirnya akan mendengar hanya orang-orang yang disebut echo chamber, hanya orang yang setuju dengan kita, tapi tidak akan bisa mendengar orang yang tidak setuju dengan kita, karena kelompok network kita memang sangat personal, jadi sesuai dengan kesukaan kita. Jadi tidak terjadi lagi dialog. Ini di Indonesia maupun di negara lain sudah kelihatan bahwa posisi-posisi jadi lebih polarisasi dan radikal, dan tidak ada dialog antara kelompok yang berbeda. Bullying di media sosial dan di media digital jauh sangat tinggi karena orang tidak kelihatan siapa yang bully, tidak tahu siapa, jadi orang lebih berani. Ini hanya contoh-contoh dari tantangan yang ada, dan satu lagi yang terkait dengan aktivisme yang disebut armchair lazy aktivis. Jadi gerakan sosial yang malas, ya, diterjemahkan. Jadi kita like sudah merasa sudah kita melakukan aktivisme, atau kita tanda tangan petition dari Change.org, kita merasa sudah perjuangan sudah cukup, dan ini disebut armchair atau lazy aktivisme. Aktivisme yang dilakukan sebentar saja dari rumah, tapi habis itu ya lupakan saja masalah. Jelas dunia tidak akan berubah dengan aktivis yang lazy itu. Jadi kesimpulannya, walaupun media sosial memberi kita kesempatan untuk berekspresi seperti di sini, what is the big campaign idea? We are going digital. We have Facebook, YouTube, mobile app, Pinterest, tapi akhirnya tetap pulang pada konten. Apa strategi isinya dari kampanye-kampanye itu? Jika kita tidak pintar dalam artikulasi tujuan kita, jika kita tidak pintar dalam strategi untuk menjelaskan kenapa satu hal penting, kenapa tidak, walaupun kita punya kesempatan begitu banyak, tidak akan bisa untuk berubah mind atau berubah pikiran dari kelompok-kelompok lain yang juga di dunia maya yang kita mencoba untuk berubah. Jadi sekarang tantangan dua, harus berubah dunia maya, harus melawan, harus bisa artikulasi pikiran-pikiran kita di dunia maya, tapi lebih penting lagi harus berubah dunia nyata, dan itu tidak akan mungkin hanya dengan media sosial, tetap perlu model hibrid kombinasi di antara media sosial dan organisasi demi masa depan yang lebih baik di Indonesia maupun di dunia. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Lia, for this very reflective thought on the role of digital in the social movement. Yeah, Ibu Lia already outlined some of the advantages and opportunities provided by this internet digital era, but also remind us about the obstacles, some of the challenges that is not as easy as we think. So thank you very much. Before we go further, I would like to remind to all our invited speakers that before you start speaking, after my calling your names, there will be very few second jingle of our IDACON. Thank you. And now I would like to invite our second speaker, Ms. Donohan Abdugofurova from Wake Forest University. And I think it's evening there in United States. Hello, Sister Donohan, are you ready?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. Sister Donohan will address about the cultivating Islam in Uzbekistan and challenges and strategies of Uzbek women preachers. Yeah, and so I would like to present the forum to you for 20 minutes, please.
Thank you so much.
IDAKON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia.
Thank you so much for this introduction, and thank you so much for the invitation to speak in this conference. And it's with great pleasure that I would present in this. I almost missed today's presentation because of the time difference. Right now it's 10:17 p.m. in
Thank you so much.
in Eastern time. So yeah, I was kind of a little behind to figure out the time changes. So thank you so much for the organization committee keeping a loop. You know, we were in conversation all the time, and then they made the process easy. Thank you so much. And I will start my, if I can share my screen. Okay. Oh, it went to the all the way. Sorry. So today my presentation is about cultivating Islam in Uzbekistan, challenges and strategies of women preachers in the society of Uzbekistan. So I'm Danahan Abdugafurova, and thank you so much for the graceful introduction. Right now I'm a PhD candidate at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia, where I work on Central Asian Women's Life Writing and Islamic Civilization program at Middle Eastern South Asian Studies Department, and I'm also working at Wake Forest University and Office of Online Education. So I am grateful for my colleague Nelly, who kind of invited me to this conference, and she has long, we talked about her, and then she says she has long connection with you, and then she enjoys the being part, and she wanted me to be part, and then I'm honored to present about Uzbekistan today. So in my agenda, I'd like to give a little bit of information about Uzbekistan because of the audience. This little country may or may not be kind of known well. And I also talk about the Islam's condition in the country. And then I also kind of bring the main topic of women preachers who are called Atin Ayız. And I just continue the conversation of social media and the kind of outreach goals of these women preachers to kind of educate masses and then reach their potential with their usage of social media tools. And then I also kind of talk about what are the topics they are including and then what are the challenges they are facing in their activities. So speaking about Uzbekistan, its cultural and religious history is very important because we are located in the Central Asia, neighboring with the Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan in the south, and then also close to Russia in a way that linguistically and culturally that still has the influence. And Islam arrived to us into the Central Asia in the 8th century, and then so it kind of with the occupation of from the Middle East, it started bringing the Islam as a religion and then kind of developed into a main religion today. Although its history started as an Islam, so it kind of went through several political changes that shaped Islam's existence in the place. And then later on in the 13th century, Mongol invasion kind of dominated the area, and then it kind of influenced its existing in terms of the religion and other social issues. And then in the 19th century, the Russian arrival to the area also kind of defined its history in terms of relationship with Islam, and then with the policies changing from the Russian Empire rule to the Soviet, it kind of provided different atmospheric political stage for the country to be seen in that time. So the Soviet time until 1991 kind of argued for the atheistic ideology, where it rejected the Islam's influence, and then all the policies and kind of all the attempts were highlighted, non-existing, like rejecting the religion as a whole, and that reflected in its history, culture, and other elements. So in 1991, Uzbekistan became independent, and then Islam is recognized as the main religion of the state, but it's not the Islamic State. And its capital is Tashkent city. We have 33 million population, and most of the population, 88% are Muslims, and then majority are the Sunni Islam practitioners. So as I said, like the Muslims make up the majority of the majority of the population. We have different ethnic groups, Russians and other Jewish, especially Bukharan Jews are very famous in the coexistence of Islam as an interface. And then the Bukhara being the main Islamic center of the place, it was also kind of epicenter for interface existence, where Bukharan Jews live door to door with their Muslim neighbors, and then kind of share their lives in every step of their lives. So the Muslims in Uzbekistan are belong to the Hanafi Mazhab, and then after the independence, so the whole relationship of state with Islam is very much fluid, because depending on the politics and then the current systems, it became kind of favorable, sometimes distant, sometimes controlled, toward the controlled relationship with the state and then Islam. And then how we can see this changes, the conservatism on the rise is in the kind of affirmation of the piety in the public spaces, and then especially with the being like the pandemic giving different narrative to the spirituality of people. So we see kind of searches for answers in a spiritual way. So what's happening as a kind of pandemic is part of our weakening spirituality. That's what they say in their narratives. So women preachers, they are called Atins. So originally Atin meant the teachers of women. So they were the leaders, female teachers of the neighborhood, where they taught neighborhood school girls. So they were kind of important figures to make the neighborhood school girls literate, and then they played very important role in their kind of upbringing, the girls' upbringing, and kind of their education. So this connotation moved on to kind of becoming in a religious tone, where in today this Atin Oiza became state-certified religious leaders. So what does it mean? That means before Atin existed in the neighborhood as a part of their educated elite side, and then important figures, and then now in order to be Atin, you have to go through certain training and then get approved certificate, and then you can preach as a certified and allowed leader in your neighborhood. And then so today in every administrative sphere from the provinces, like there's a state level and then provincial level administration, where there is a man preacher and an imam, or the community imam where he's responsible for men's issues. So this Atin Ayis, like the religious ladies, become responsible for women's issues. So they are very active in social events. They are invited to speak at the live events, for example, funerals, birth of the child, or like the Aqiqah celebrations. In any celebrations, they have a space, and then they take this stage as an opportunity to speak to the public, the concerns of social issues, what are the kind of important pains today in the society, what are the roles of women in that, and then how we can kind of bring ourselves into well-being, well-rounded Muslim women following the piety and then following hadith and then Islam in a at the end goal. So when they preach, they bring up the kind of importance of upbringing, adab, and then as in kind of their own search and then own manifestation of these elements, and then how they can influence to others by being good Muslim. So their kind of messages are based on the Quran and Hadith, and then their oratory skills are very important. So they kind of because of the state certification process, they go through the certain competition, and then their oratory skills are very phenomenal. So they are able to kind of give big sermons to the big crowds, and then they are able to move the crowds into tears and you know, give very powerful speeches. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Moving on to their visibility into the public. So they are kind of seen as a very active part of the kind of government structure. So because they are kind of taking part in the events of kind of being in the socially kind of disadvantaged population, when the kind of administration or the policies want to serve this kind of people, they kind of use those preachers to bring this good to the people, and then they are the kind of face of government where they bring the nice messages and then the gifts to this disadvantaged people. And then so beyond their face-to-face interaction with public, now the social media is giving their visibility to kind of people, Uzbekistani people who are inside Uzbekistan and as well as beyond Uzbekistan. So they have kind of reach to those population as well, because like the people who live outside Uzbekistan, they kind of tend to keep their culture, and then they want to kind of hear this Islamic teachings as well. So very famous website is muslimat.uz, is very much concentrated on the important materials about the, how to be a good Muslim, what are the elements of being a good Muslim, and then it also kind of consists of articles on how to do namaz, dawah, you know, Sharia, and any other topics. They also give advice to women. And also there are Facebook groups, and then even in the Muslimat Facebook group, I mean, the website, there was special guidelines how to share Facebook posts. So this was very intriguing to me, because like they give advice how to be social in the arena of social media, how to be responsible Muslim who can take responsibility for their content management, or like sharing good news or bad news, how it influences your spirituality, or how it speaks for your piety. So this was really important. And then also kind of Telegram groups are becoming famous as a platform to reach. What is important here is that my concentration is on specifically the Telegram Telegram as a kind of outreach for autonomous women preachers. And here, what's important here is like in Uzbekistan, there are about 80 million Telegram users, and then more than 30,000 channels are active, and then they become very important elements, and then they cover lots of topics, being from marketplace, even matchmaking, dating, or like the preaching for Islam, or other topics. So my specific concentration is Women Preachers channel. It has, over the year, it was opened in November 11, 2019. Over a year, it kind of gathered almost 26,000 subscribers, and they are all women, and then the content are kind of delivered to women, and the materials include in short stories, like the reading stories, MP3 audio lectures that were kind of recorded live in a kind of ceremonies, being it like the funerals, or like the life events, weddings or other ceremonies. And then the topics range from different social issues, specifically like how the upbringing is important for being in such a great Muslim, and then the importance of motherhood, and then how as a mother you are responsible to upbring the child who kind of abides to Islamic laws and Islamic teachings, and then how women should act based on these responsibilities. And then also very important is that daughter-in-law, mother-in-law relationships, and then it's almost like a healing point. They are in a almost speaking to two sides, like intermediating, like the almost preventing divorce, or like how to be a good mother-in-law, how to be good daughter-in-law, like how to reach to harmony. And then this kind of topics bring up the make up the most of the content of their preach lectures. And then also they talk about piety, faith, and modesty, the topics of kind of being really pious Muslim. According to the preachers, one preacher, she says how good Muslim you are is dependent on, like, will be shown when you are like almost dying in your deathbed. So the process of being dead like easily or tortured in a way that it's hard shows for your personality. We've seen this kind of scenarios over and over again, and then that reflects your characteristics. So if you want to be really good, pious, and really good, you should kind of be a good Muslim, not to hurt others, don't be abusive of others, don't exercise too much power, so be nice, and modesty. So this is overall, it's almost like a place for them.
Sister, you have just 1 minute left. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And then the last one is the challenges. So their knowledge sometimes questioned by the imams and then other the higher authorities, and then so they also are criticized to be responsible for the kind of preachings that are imposed, like they shouldn't go beyond what they are assigned to. This was the challenge. And then depending on the narrative, they can deal or cannot deal with politics. So if it's the criticism, that's the point of not engaging into politics. So, and then what is important here, the burden is heavy. So women relate to this women preachers as a kind of their psychological resource, and then like the knowing the answer person, and then they bring up all their pains, and then some they say, I cannot take it anymore, please don't burden me with your you know, this pain and stuff. I cannot kind of advise you on that. So the whole point is that they are existent there for the kind of leading the women in a good way to be how to be a good Muslim, and at the same time they are sharing the pains of the women who are suffering in the society based on like the different challenges and then oppressions. So thank you so much. This would be my last.
Thank you very much, Sister Dunohan Abdulghafurova. While listening to your presentation, I feel like the condition of the population and also the condition of the women preachers in Uzbek that you talk about almost similar to what they do in Indonesia. So maybe later on you could do comparisons, and maybe our students, WIN students, can do some field work also in Uzbekistan. Is like there are the places, the birthplace, and also the the venue for great scholars, Imam Bukhari, yeah.
Yes.
Imam Bukhari. So thank you very much, sister, and also sorry for interrupting a little bit.
It's okay. Thank you.
Saya ingatkan lagi kepada seluruh partisipan untuk dapat mulai menuliskan pertanyaan melalui chatroom. Pertanyaan dapat ditulis dalam bahasa Indonesia maupun dalam bahasa Inggris. Now, for the third time, I would like to invite another young scholar, Mas Eric Koblenz. Yeah, Mas Eric will talk about Islam Nusantara as an image of hope for the world. Mas Eric, the forum is yours, but before that, we will listen to the jingle. Thank you.
IDAKON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia.
Selamat siang, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Eric, and I am a PhD candidate as well at ICRS. Let me share my screen here just to make sure it's working. Can you all see my screen? Okay. So I'm going to be talking a little bit. First of all, thank you to Ibu Atun and the committee for asking me to be a part. It's really a blessing to be here and an honor for me to be a part and to speak alongside of some really wonderful scholars. So I appreciate the ones who have spoken before me and those who will come after me. So I want to talk about Islam in Indonesia as an image of hope for the world. Islam in Indonesia has been studied by academics for many decades, but I think essentialists tend to look at Islam in Indonesia and question the legitimacy of the Islam practiced as part of a global Islam. The Orientalists tend to look at it that way. However, with Indonesia being the world's most populous Muslim country in the world, holding 215 million of the world's Muslim population, which you guys all know, but is actually larger than the entire Middle East, the population of Islam in the Middle East. I don't think we can ignore Islam Nusantara. I don't think we can ignore Islam in Indonesia. One can either suggest that it is Islam in name only, being one of the world's most religious societies, with 99% of Indonesians claiming to be religious. That's higher than Saudi Arabia at 93%, Pakistan at 92%, Turkey at 82%, and Iran at 73%. Furthermore, Indonesia is the most diverse Muslim majority country with a complex tapestry of diversity with multiple streams of Islam and ethnic groups to show for it. And this is the Islam, I think, there's a guy named Bernard Adni Risakota, which most of you probably know, is a scholar of Southeast Asia, of Indonesia in particular, has been in Indonesia since 1991, and has done research in Indonesia since that time, has taught at WIN, UKDW, and UGM. And that I think is the Islam that he is talking about in his book called Living in a Sacred Cosmos. And this is a friend of mine always quotes a Sufi poet, Rumi. And this was a quote I saw from him. He says, "Everything that is made beautiful and fair and lovely is made for the eye who sees." I don't think Islam, I don't believe that Islam in Indonesia is one of the most beautiful images of love, and not only do I think that it is one of the most beautiful images of love and kindness that I've seen since I've been here. I moved here 3.5 years ago. Islam in Indonesia has been a representation of that since the very beginning. But I think that it could be and possibly should be the image to which the rest of the world should gaze for hope. The world is dealing with tragedy from terrorism, extremism, chauvinism, racism, economic crisis, environmental crisis, and many more. And the United States, for example, is currently plagued with more division that I have seen in my lifetime. And what is the answer? I don't necessarily have the answer. But I do think, for global peace that is, but I do think that Islam in Indonesia should play a role in the future of global Islam. And I think there's a beauty within Islam in Indonesia that needs to be seen, but we need eyes to see it. Jesus says, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant looking for fine pearls. When he found one of great value, he went away and sold everything he had and bought it. I think I am on a journey, as I think many of you are, of looking for that fine pearl, right? And I think in order to see what I think I see in in Islam in Indonesia, in order to see that, we need to look, right? So I want to talk a little bit about this great complexity that I think is involved with Islam in Indonesia. A story, I guess, actually a few weeks ago, I met a guy while I was watching my kids' soccer or karate practice. And I was just interacting with him, talking with him, and he was talking about his religion. And so I asked him, "What is your religion?" And he said, "Well, on my identity card, it's Catholic." But he said, "In many ways, I feel like a Muslim." I think one of the questions that I have is how is that possible? And I think that in Living in a Sacred Cosmos by Bernard Adniri-Sakota, I think that can be answered. So I want to talk a little bit about his argument in the book, where he starts off with axial civilizations. Indonesia has been formed by these 4 axial civilizations: India, China, the Middle East, and the Western world, right? I mean, India, there's stories of Ramayana, Hindu stories all over India, all over Indonesia. You have the story of China, whereas I think the statistics show that a majority of Indonesians have some form of Chinese descent. You have the Middle East with the spice traders and Islam coming to Indonesia. And you have the Western civilization as far as the Dutch as well. But this has been thousands of years of influence. This isn't just recent history. This is thousands of years of influence by all 4 of these civilizations. Indonesia has absorbed all 4 while still maintaining a distinct and overall unique character, according to Bernard Adniri-Sakota. I think it's actually a beautiful part of Indonesia is that it hasn't completely syncretized necessarily with any one of them, but that it has absorbed all 4 of these axial civilizations. There's been a long tradition actually of tolerance in Indonesia. Bernard quotes in his book 18th century European travelers who were shocked when they came to Indonesia and they saw that actually in one neighborhood you can have a mosque, a church, and a temple, and that's the way they live. I think, if anything, one of the questions could be, because if you look at the West, even to this day, the big debate in America is the separation of the Black community with the white community. And it happens in Christian communities, Muslim communities, Chinese communities, Malaysian communities. The separation of these, you could question, I'm not saying that it is the case, but you could question, if anything, intolerance has been imported from outside. It is not in nature for Indonesia to be intolerant. Bernard uses social imaginaries, this idea from Charles Taylor, where he talks about a common understanding that makes, a social imaginary is a common understanding that makes possible common practices widely shared and a widely shared sense of legitimacy. So it is the things in our brain, the way that we think, or the similarities of what forms us, which actually are influenced by social construction, are influenced by many different factors, but those play a part in our common practices, which can create a sense of legitimacy. Taylor also says different modernities. So we don't look at modernity just as a Western thing, but modernity in Islam, in Indonesia, modernity in the West, two different modernities are shaped by different social imaginaries, which are often grounded in religious faith. Now, Bernard is claiming that the social imaginary in which many people live in is called a sacred cosmos. Before I get to that, I want to talk a little bit about disenchantment, which comes from Max Weber. The idea of disenchantment is a loss of vital experience of living in that sacred cosmos, which is made up of the spiritual world, of the not just the natural causation of things. So disenchantment is imagining that we live in a closed natural universe fully governed by natural causation. Now, I think one of Bernard's questions that he's asking is with the rapid change of Western society, politics, and economics, which brought about modernization, and Max Weber says that leads to the conclusion that of the disenchantment of the West, which rejected rituals, syncretistic practices, beliefs, spirits, and powers. Now, one of the questions he wants to ask is the rapid changing climate of Indonesia and the modernist Islamic movement in the process of wiping out belief in a sacred cosmos? Now, what is that sacred cosmos? Bernard will argues that it is a movement between four modes of making meaning. The first one is our individuals are embedded in community. The community seeks solidarity based on blood, faith, ritual, language, and the unseen powers. And that community is made up not just of the living relatives, but that community is made up of the deceased relatives as well, that have an impact and influence the society in which we live. We live in that community. Now, I won't tell that story because for sake of time. That leads to the second one, that community is embedded in nature. Nature has agency and holds harmony and balance. So you can, for instance, with the eruption of Merapi, you can define that or explain that through natural causation. And many in Indonesia favor science, and they talk about and they highly respect the modes of meaning that come from, or the modes of understanding the complexities of that form of looking at society, of looking at the world around us. But there's another form of meaning which could be understood as a form of harmony or balance, of which nature is completely embedded within community. For instance, we might look at Merapi and say, we can explain that through natural causation, but there's also an aspect of that comes from harmony and balance. What is out of harmony? What is out of balance that caused this eruption, that creates meaning for the society? The third one is nature is embedded in moral order. The outer world, or lahir, includes physical, material, social, legal, economic, political, cultural, and religious life and it can be analyzed with rational empirical methods. But it is also linked to the inner world, batin, which includes spirits, character, forces, conscious, authority, powers, obedience, virtues, and miracles. Now, the thing about what he's trying to explain here is that it is not as if, maybe how we would explain it in the West, is a separation of the spiritual world from the natural world. But in fact, it is the interweaving of both the natural world and the inner world. So it is not a separation of the two, but it is an interweaving of the two. The fourth one is the moral order is embedded in God. The very basis of humanity is the will of God. Now this is all of that from Bernard's book on living in a sacred cosmos. This is not necessarily from him, but I think it helps me at least think of it. Maybe it'll help you think of it, of what his argument is. I don't necessarily like the defined lines between God, moral order, nature, community, and individual, because I think they move fluidly together, actually. But it helps me think of it in terms of God gives meaning to moral order, which gives meaning to God, also gives meaning to nature. God also gives meaning to community and gives meaning to the individual. So when you look at nature, you don't just see a series of natural causation that came to the point of now saying, this is what has created this, or this is how this tree came about. But you see that this tree actually was created by God. Now, this, I think, is modern Western social imaginaries. We think of God as being separate from nature, or being separate from the economic sphere, political sphere, social sphere. I think that, if I'm being honest, one of the beauties of Islam in Indonesia is that, as the rector shared earlier, it is not as if we just abandon our identity. It is not as if we let go of that in order to define the natural world. But in fact, our very understanding of God is a part of how we define everything around us, which gives meaning to the world around us. I think for me and some of my my friends and colleagues back in the US, where I'm from, it is difficult, and I think we have a disconnect sometimes from God in the sense that we can't seem to connect the two together. It is a beauty, I think, of Islam in Indonesia that I think should influence the way Indonesia, or the way Islam is seen around the world. Now, the beauty of Islam Nusantara, or I'm not defining Islam Nusantara as a specific form of Islam as NU or Muhammadiyah or anything like that, just as Islam as it is practiced in the archipelago. Now, Indonesia, according to Bernard, is not so much syncretizing belief systems as much as it is holding these in tension. One of the unique things of I think, Indonesia in general, but Islam as well in Indonesia, is that it tends to be able to hold tradition, a belief in the spirits, and more than just that, but encompasses a lot, living in that sacred cosmos, and religion and science together. Now, I think of it similar to, because Bernard looks at it as a symbol system. These three forms of meaning, it's a symbol system. But I think of it, it's similar to maybe different languages. Someone living in a sacred cosmos, which actually doesn't necessarily have to be in Indonesia only. It's not just an Indonesia thing, but I think there are people in the West that actually can live in that way. But living in a sacred cosmos is somewhat of like being multilingual. And in one setting, you can think of the world through tradition. In another setting, you can think of the world through religion. In another setting, you can kind of think of the world through science. But all of that finds meaning in God. It is not separate from God. But with the ability, for instance, if you're multilingual, you can speak French, move away from that, speak Indonesian, bisa bahasa Indonesia, bisa bahasa Inggris, You can move in and out of the languages, and I think that is one of the unique characteristics of living in a sacred cosmos, of which I think Bernard is arguing is the world in which many in Indonesia live. Now that encompasses, I don't mean to make generalities in that. I think it does, in a sense. I don't mean to pigeonhole and say everybody is in this, but actually within Indonesia, there's a wide range of understanding even within that. And so one person may see tradition as higher, religion as higher, science as higher, but there's still this sense of, tends to be the sense of living in a sacred cosmos. Part of the reason that I'm bringing this up is because I think the enchantment of the world creates meaning. You create meaning because we create meaning because we believe God is a part of everything that we do. It is a beautiful aspect of Islam in Indonesia, and one that I want to embrace, one that I want to learn from, and one I think I'm beginning to learn from friends and from people I'm interacting with, and which is why I'm here, is to be able to find that pearl that I think is part of this enchanted world, in which finds meaning in God, as a part of the world in which we live. Just kind of finishing off with this quote from Rumi, a Sufi poet. Everything that is made beautiful and fair and lovely is made for the eye of one who sees. The question is not just, is it beautiful? Because I think it is beautiful, but will the world look at Islam in Indonesia and see the same thing? I hope so, because I feel like, and I think that if it would find a beautiful form of Islam that I think would influence and has an answer to radicalization and other forms of tragedies that are pulling us away from living in a tolerant and welcoming, loving society. I think there's a lot more that one could explore within that, as how is social media influencing that social imaginary in which we live in the sacred cosmos. I don't have answers to that, but maybe one of you would want to explore that theme, that idea, and see how modernization in Indonesia might be influencing that social imaginary. So thank you again, Bu Atun, and all those who gave me the opportunity. I hope it was helpful, and yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric. So here is American student researching or seeing at the practice of Indonesian Muslim. So we kind of there is an impression from that in Indonesia the symbol system of Muslims in Indonesia, they don't separate between tradition, religion, and science, and they all combine. And I think as a Javanese, I feel that we have like the message of Hamamayu Hayuning Bawono, that is to beautify the beauty of earth. so that's why I think Indonesian can observe different civilization and stuff. So thank you very much, Eric. Thank you. And before we continue to our speakers from Europe, I would like to welcome them and personally to say hello. Hello to Simona. Are you with us?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, good.
Good morning.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Yeah, it's still very early morning there, right?
Yes. It's
okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry for this time difference. And I would like also to check whether Obiora is with us. Hello, bonjour, Obiora.
Good morning. Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Hi.
Oh, good. Thank you. So you are both with us. Okay, well, still very dark in your place, Obiora. You should turn on your light.
Yes.
Okay, without further ado, I already introduced you, both of you, before the speaker, so I think I don't need to repeat in front of you. You know what you have done. So, so I would like to invite Mbak Simona first, yeah, for you to present on your paper. It's like dakwah or missiology in the context of multi-religious, multiracial, multicultural society. And Mbak Simona, you are free to use both languages, English and Indonesian, in case you need to, recall and miss to pronounce that beautiful language of Indonesia. And we have also students here, most of them, still learning English, so it's good if you use both languages. So the forum is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we will start with the jingle.
IDAKON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia.
Good morning. Very warm welcome from my side. It's a pleasure and really an honor and a joy to be part of this international conference. And a warm greeting to you, Ibu Atun. When I received the invitation from you, I was very pleased and eager to join this conference. We have been in contact, I think, for more than 10 years, and we have organized interreligious conferences and also a very innovative interreligious project together. So this is a long partnership and friendship, and I'm really grateful for that. Also warm greetings to Professor Marhuma, the Dean of the Faculty of Da'wah and Communication, and of course the Rector, Professor Al-Makin. Professor Al-Makin also was involved in one of our interreligious projects. So I'm really glad to reconnect on this occasion. So I will also use PowerPoint now, and I prepared myself to speak in English. Saya bisa bahasa Indonesia. Saya pernah tinggal di Jogja beberapa bulan dengan Dian Interfide dengan teman-teman. Tapi sekarang saya tidak ada lagi. It's not so easy for me now sitting in Switzerland to continue speaking in Bahasa, so please forgive me for speaking in English. Let me share my screen. I want to, so this is the slideshow. So I was asked to speak on the topic of missiology, ilmu da'wah, in the context of multi-religious, multiracial, and multicultural societies. What does it mean when we talk about multi-religious, multiracial, multicultural society? There are many things at play, and actually just the previous speaker, Eric, talked about the different dimensions of it. When we live together in this diversity, we need to negotiate, to reflect on questions of identity. Who am I? Who are we? We need to reflect on questions of truth. What is the truth? And for religious people also this means, who is God? Who is the origin, creator of this world? And these two questions of who am I, the identity question, and who is God, then relate to epistemology, the question of how do we know who we are? How do we know who we are as community? How do we know who we are as religious community? And from this how question, we move to the question of the horizon. How do this create meaning? And ultimately the question of power. Power meaning the agency to act, to do something, to be active and to shape our lives. Now in a multi-religious, multiracial and multicultural society, we find that there is, and this is interesting, beauty. Eric has spoken about that. It's first of all, in Indonesia, it's very vibrant to see that this diversity is beautiful, meaningful, but at the same time, there's the question, isn't that also confusing? So there is bewilderment. So that's the aesthetic dimension. We have another dimension, which I call cognitive dimension. Do we see this diversity in terms of religion, race, and culture in complementary terms, like a mosaic bringing together different stones? Or do we see it as a competition? Is it a fight for who's better, who's more powerful, who's more effective? And that's not an easy question to answer, and it has to do with our intellect. How can we intellectually make sense of the diversity that we experience? But it's not just an intellectual challenge. There is a relational dimension. The other one, the person who has another religion, who belongs to a different race or a different culture, is he or she my friend or my foe? Do I connect constructively with her, or am I afraid of her? There are some very basic emotions coming with that relational dimension. And finally, the action dimension. This diversity that we see in terms of religion, race, and culture, does it lead us to collaboration, joint action, connectivity? Ibu Lia spoke about that. Or does it lead us to domination, elimination even? We want to control the other. We want to be kind of, the one who can call the shots, the one who defines, or even the one who eliminates. So to live in a multi-religious, multiracial, and multicultural society is profoundly beautiful, profoundly relational, but it is also a challenge. And the rector in his opening speech has already talked about that. Let me just mention 3 challenges or core problems that I see. One is fragmentation or sectarianism, that we build communities that live apart from one another, that don't interact with one another, and that become strangers to one another. The second problem is hegemony, that we don't see the different communities, the different identities living with one another, but one having power over the other, one controlling the others, hegemony or domination. And the third core problem is ultimately violence, because if we don't have a constructive theory or theology of diversity, we will sooner or later resort to violence and feel that we need to eliminate. And so I see in current societies, and actually in almost all societies around the world, these core problems are fragmentation, meaning living separately, not connecting, or B, living in a dominant relationship, trying to dominate the other, or C, trying to eliminate the other through violence. These are the 3 dangers that I see for multicultural and multi-religious societies. As people of faith, we have a different message. We believe that peace is possible. It's our profound hope. And I put here an image and not just words, because it has to do with seeing the face of the other, seeing the other as brother or sister, seeing a human being, seeing the dignity of the other. When we see that, we nurture hope, and we nurture our commitment to peace. But beyond this religious message of hope and peace, there are some socio-political questions. One is empowerment. How can we ensure participation of all? The rector Al-Makin in his opening presentation spoke about Paulo Freire and his theology and his educational approach of empowering communities. Paulo Freire was someone who wanted participation of all. The second key element is justice. How can we ensure just participation of all? Not any kind of participation, but just participation of all. And then thirdly, how can we ensure peaceful, just participation of all? For me, these are the three socio-political dimensions or issues that we really need to focus on together, and that we can focus on together, we people coming from different religions and cultures. The basic framework, I think, is that we need rule of law. We need a certain framework that helps us to set boundaries, but that's not enough. Setting boundaries is not enough. We also need an active civil society to really promote interaction, to promote relationships. Now, I was asked to talk about missiology, so I would like to refer to a statement on mission from the World Council of Churches. This has been developed a few years ago, and its title is Together Towards Life. And interestingly, it has 4 main elements that it sets before our eyes to say, this is what mission is about. Dynamism, meaning that we don't just stick to a tradition as such, but we believe that tradition, religious tradition, is always a living tradition. And it calls us to change in view of new challenges. Secondly, justice. Salvation is not just an individual question, but it has a communal dimension, and it means justice for all. Thirdly, positive affirmation of diversity. And fourthly, transformation that comes through empowerment. I have here a quote from this statement. It says, "The Church lives in multi-religious and multicultural contexts, and new communication technology is also bringing the people of the world into greater awareness of one another's identities and pursuits. Locally and globally, Christians are engaged with people of other religions and cultures in building societies of love, peace, and justice. Plurality is a challenge to the churches, and serious commitment to interfaith dialogue and cross-cultural communication is therefore indispensable." So this is a contemporary statement of what mission for Christians organized in the WCC means. But I would like just to give a little bit of historic background. I hope this is interesting for you, just to understand where missiology in the Christian context comes from. And then we can maybe later in the conversation time also discuss about interreligious dimensions of this. So mission comes from the Latin and refers to sending. In the Christian understanding, followers of Jesus Christ are sent to share the gospel, good news, with people in different cultures and nations in word and deed. So that's important, that it's not just proclamation, not just in word, but also in deed, mainly through neighbor love, through care for the other, through compassion with the other, through empowering the other. Theologically, we speak about missio Dei, God's mission. So it's not our mission, it's not our purpose, but it is actually something that comes from God and that leads to God. And our own activity in that is just a collaboration in that greater mission that God has through the power of the Holy Spirit. Now, interestingly, missiology as an academic subject in theological faculties is rather recent. It has been established only in the 19th century. And the main focus at the time was academic research on the foreign missions, mainly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And for many contemporaries in Europe, missiology was seen as an exotic field, but also as an innovative and groundbreaking field. We can say that missionaries were profoundly committed pioneers and agents of change, and many of them promoted community empowerment. So this is what someone who is doing mission is about. This person is really going out, going into new areas like a pioneer, working for transformation, for change, and especially working for empowerment. And I think there are a lot of similarities to you who are studying Da'wah and communication. Here I just have a photo from a recent mission conference that took place in Arusha, Tanzania. Now, I talked about the beginning of missiology, but there was a paradigm shift because the old paradigm was basically to say we, from the center of Christianity, go out to the ends of the earth. So there was a certain mindset that imagined there was a center and imagined there were the ends of the earth. And that has profoundly shifted. Now we have a polycentric understanding. There's not one place or one region on this planet where we can say there's Christianity. But there are many different regions. And even more interesting is this new concept of mission from the margins. Earlier, when we had this image of we go to the ends of the earth, we saw that the ends of the earth are the margins in a geographical sense. But now we realize the margins, when we talk about marginalized people, that is actually a theological category. And the statement, Together Towards Life, says, marginalized people are agents of mission and exercise a prophetic role, which emphasizes that fullness for life is for all. So this is really a turning around of the image that earlier mission was that here the one who has the message, who has good news, goes to the one who is poor, who is disenfranchised, and so on. And now it's turning the other way around, saying, no, it's the marginalized person who becomes a prophet, who has a prophetic role for us, because he or she announces fullness for life, fullness of life is for all. Another quote, marginalized, oppressed, and suffering people have a special gift to distinguish what news is good for them and what news is bad for their endangered life. Earlier, Romo Mangunwijaya was mentioned, and I think this Catholic priest was precisely someone who was alongside the poor and empowered the poor. And he embodied, even before this concept of mission from the margins came up, he embodied this concept of mission from the margins in Indonesia. I will just want to elaborate a bit on that. Mission from the margins is a theological activity that begins at, on, and from the margins with indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and those who have been discriminated against and excluded because of their gender, race, ethnicity, disability, class, caste, sexuality, religion, or age. Mission from the margin means affirming the agency of those who are marginalized, participating in their struggles and sharing their hopes, overcoming the marginalizing tendencies, and resisting and confronting forces of marginalization and exclusion in our specific contexts of the world. Thereby, mission from the margins facilitates shared theological reflection and analysis, advocacy, action, and communication at, on, from, and beyond the margins, with the hope of encouraging and transforming churches and societies to be more just, responsive, and inclusive. So this is the big hope. We have to say that this positive affirmation of mission from the margins also went hand in hand with a shift in theology to critique whenever in history Christian mission endeavors have been together kind of complicit in colonial powers. And so today we talk about post-colonial or decolonial approaches in theology, about liberation theologies, contextual theologies, public theologies, and even the very word missiology is questioned. New terms are intercultural theology or world Christianity. So we see that even on a conceptual level, there is a paradigm shift. I want to point to two classic books. They're already 30 years old, but these are still the classics that I would say inaugurated or helped to promote this paradigm shift. The first one is from Lamin Sanneh. He's from Ghana. He has written the book Translating the Message, The Missionary Impact on Culture. And then David Bosch from South Africa has written on Transforming Mission, Paradigm Shifts in the Theology of Mission. I want to refer to a document which is actually quite short, but really important. It was published almost 10 years ago by the World Council of Churches, the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue, which means the section in the Vatican that oversees the work on interreligious dialogue for the Vatican, and the World Evangelical Alliance. It's called Christian Witness in a Multi-Religious World, Recommendations for Conduct. And it basically, there are two sentences. They basically say, mission belongs to the very being of the church. Proclaiming the word of God and witnessing to the world is essential for every Christian. At the same time, it is necessary to do so according to gospel principles, which with full respect and love for all human beings. So we see that mission, proclaiming the word of God, is an important task, and we cannot leave that aside. But the question, how do we do it? What is our ethics of proclamation? That has become a really important question, and we need to really enter more deeply into what are the gospel principles so that we engage with other people with full respect and love. I think I need to skip because my time. So this document that was written together between the World Council of Churches, the Catholics and the Evangelicals has a clear principle that rejects any violence in doing mission, and it has a clear recommendation to cooperate with other religious communities in interreligious advocacy towards justice and the common good, and wherever possible, standing together in solidarity with people who are in situations of conflict. This is an image from our institute here in Bosse. And this is an interreligious course that we did with Jewish, Muslim, and Christian students. And there's even Brian from Jogja, Priya. And so let me come to my conclusion. Learning from the paradigm shifts in missiology. First, appreciation for the innovative and pioneering spirit. We do not need to fear change, but become agents of change. Second, a self-critical assessment when being complicit with powers that exercise hegemony and violence. Thirdly, hegemony and violence need to be critically scrutinized both from a socio-political and a theological perspective. And then the starting point for a transformative approach are not abstract notions of justice and peace, but active listening to the people who have been marginalized. Empowerment starts from there. And finally, we need intra and interreligious conversations. They need one another. We have new challenges in the digital revolution. Ibulia has already spoken about that. I just want to say that when we talk about hate speech, hate is not just an emotion. Hate is a mindset, and we need to counter that mindset. I think we need to actively engage with it. And second, the algorithms. Who will be held accountable morally and legally? Thirdly, business interests. It's not just about abstract algorithms. There are distinct business interests behind. And thirdly, how can we empower people to use the digital media skillfully? this is now really my final slide. Enabling encounter and building relationships. That's for me the basis. We in a digital age, we have to do the same thing as we did in the pre-digital age. Encounter and building relationships. For me, that's the cornerstone in a multi-religious, multiracial, and multicultural society. If we separate from one another, or if we dominate one another, it will not be a sustainable society. But beyond encounter and relationships, we have also to share reliable information. There's a lot of fake news out there. And interestingly, I think both religious communities and especially academic institutions have to still be the voice of reason. And I don't see a kind of opposition or tension between religion and reason. Actually, in our time and age, the religious communities need to plead for reason. And so also sharing reliable information, and finally sharing stories of hope, because we don't live by information only, but we live by narratives, by stories, or by the symbolic imaginary, as Eric said. So information and stories of hope also go hand in hand. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to the discussion.
Ini still digital confused. Sorry. Thank you, Simona. Listening to you, we have lots of similar looking forward vision. At Faculty of Dakwah now we have Pusat Layanan Difabel. Also we have Pusat Layanan Pusat Studi Kecerdasan Digital, because those things are very important in our world. And probably later on we could do further conversation, deeper conversation between Fakultas Dakwah and also BUSE Ecumenical Institute on certain issues. So thank you again for your sharing. Now I would like to call the last gentleman, not the least, Mr. Obiora Ike. Yeah. Obiora Ike, the Executive Director of Globaletics.net. He is very intelligent and very engaging. I think you don't need PowerPoint, you will speak as usual. And Dr. Ike will address the issue of the role of higher education as pillar for creating just and peace communities. The forum is yours, but listen to the jingle first. Thank you.
IDAKON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia.
I would like to begin with a word of gratitude to the organizers of the 4th International Dakwah Conference 2020 with headquarters in Indonesia. My respects to all the organizers, to the rector, to you, our moderator, Dr. Siti, to all those who are assisting you to make this event useful and sustainable. Why human beings share knowledge is because they learn from one another. Human beings are made to live in community. Human beings who come together can change the face of the universe, especially if they build on sustainable values. We can destroy, but we can also build. The challenge for humanity at this time is to reach out to one another in building a community of people around the world in spite of the diversities we see everywhere. Permit me to explain the topic which I'm asked to address: higher education as pillar for creating justice and prosperous community. So the key thing is pillar. A pillar is the anchor, what is carrying the entire base. And the topic given to me is to show how higher education translates itself in justice, in prosperous communities, and otherwise. Let us start with the word education, because education is that which gives us a certain empowerment, a certain knowledge, a certain vision of life. Unfortunately, not many human beings are educated, even if they have natural wisdom and some experience. But education is the transmission of knowledge at many levels. It starts from the family. When a child is born, it is born into a family, into a community, into a culture. It is in that culture that language develops, that symbols are explained, that character and synthesis of activities are made into a logic. So the child grows in a family. If the example given by the family is not, well, let me use the word good, the child learns bad habits and brings it into the society. But when that child, depending on which society we live in, leaves the family, it enters a school. We do know that many people in the world today do not even attend any school, talk less of getting an education beyond that which they find in their families and in their communities. But if a child is lucky to go to a school, there are levels of education: the elementary, primary, basic education, the secondary education, which may be the technical or otherwise, and then of course the higher education, whether it's universities or places of higher education. So education is important for life. Education is the key for every child to have a say in its own existence, because education brings us into the level of thinking. A human being is made up of body, mind, and soul. This is the research that has been found all over the world. It is in every culture, in every language. The body is the physical, the mind is the mental, the soul is the eternal. Religions deal often with soul matters, in the sense that even though religion captures the entire human being, that's why we are one, but religion continues to emphasize that which we cannot see, and that is the soul level. But what we can see is the body, and what we use to relate with one another is the mind, rationality. The ancient philosophers believed that the human being, even though being made of nature, has the ability to think. That's why when I say something, another person understands what I say, because we are on the same wave level. When I draw something, or when we do research or training or whatever, we capture it mentally. These three elements of body, mind, and soul is what education normally must address. If education addresses only one part of the human identity, it is not enough. But education goes even not only about the human being, but also about nature, the nature of the stars, of the world beyond us, the nature of the world within us, the nature of the world under us, of trees and animals, of rivers and seas and mountains, of things we can see, and even those which we can only speculate because we cannot touch or see. Having said that, one will discover that education, therefore, at the primary or secondary level is not enough. So when we talk about higher education, it means you have done the basics, you have learned how to read and write, you can communicate with others, you have learned some values and some ethics. Now you go to higher education. When we go to higher education, it does three principal things. The first thing higher education does is to give you teaching. and to give you training, and it achieves it with research. Teaching is transmission of knowledge, but that transmission of knowledge is based on stuff. It is based on experience. It is based on proof. It is based on logic. It is based on systems. When we go to a university or to a higher education institution, we learn a few subjects like logic. Logic is the ability to think rationally. All people are black, or all people are white, or all people are green. So John is green. And that logic will be either logical or illogical. Because if you say all people are green, but John is a person and John is black. By having said all people are green and John is black, you already run an illogical sentence. So logic is one, epistemology is one. Epistemology is about systems of knowledge. Then you even go into metaphysics. Meta means beyond the things you can touch and see. They are all levels of knowledge. Permit me, therefore, to say that higher education helps us to move beyond ignorance to knowledge and rationality. We cannot presume to know everything. Human beings do not know everything. Therefore, they need transmission of knowledge. They need to be helped either through a teacher or through a library or through a resource to have some access to something. This is where, for example, we look at African wisdoms. I come from Africa. We did not have schools, but we had ancients, we had our parents who gave us wisdom. And that wisdom was based on knowledge and experience. So that even what people did in research, it eventually ended because research is not in the air. It's founded on knowledge, it's founded on wisdom, it's founded on experience. When we talk about a university, permit me to say that actually some people look at a university as a building. A university is not the blocks, it's not the tables. A university actually in ancient times was made up of two things: library, which is resource, which is knowledge, and teacher, who helps the young person to be communicated, to be taught. So a university, which is universe, opening up the small basic school, the small primary, secondary level, to now a universe of knowledge, a universe where you reach beyond your own column, beyond your own community, beyond your own village. That university is made up of library resources and teachers. Now, a library does not write itself. A library is the shared knowledge of people around the world. What someone has written in Indonesia, what someone has written in Brazil, what an ancient person has said many, many years ago, what the prophets has taught. These are the things that are put down either in paper or orally transmitted, but they go from generation to generation. Acquisition of such knowledge is what a university systemizes. So when you enter a university, you want to learn geography or history or political science or physics or chemistry or engineering or medicine or law. Higher education brings you into that level of knowing something beyond just your environment. Now, knowing something beyond the environment is not enough. It is now knowledge that makes you humble. Many people have always presumed that because they know something, they will be proud. But you could never know so much. Everything you know is just like a tiny dot. You specialize only in one area. So when you go to a university, you read physics. So you specialize in physics. And even in specializing in physics, you specialize in only one tiny area of physics, whether it is nanotechnology or whatever area of physics, or when you go to philosophy to read philosophy, you specialize only in one area, whether it is moral philosophy or social philosophy or political philosophy. But when you get a doctor title, some people come out and become proud, and they forget that they know nothing about arithmetic, about physics, about geography, about the other subjects, and that the knowledge you have is always limited. So higher education makes us humble. The more you know that you know little. Pride is the problem we have in the world. When someone claims, I know it all, I am the source of everything, trying to play divine, you cannot. You can only know in relationship with others. And it brings me to the topic, the second part of my speech, which is community. Knowledge which I have acquired, education which I have acquired, must be in service for the community. Any knowledge that is not there for the service of the community is a self-ego trip. I know that I might spend it for those who need it. I know and I've acquired to share. Why is it so? It is so because a human being does not live alone. A human being lives in a context. First of all, we are born by a father and mother, a male and female, into a concrete society. And we cannot grow in that society without the support of those who are elders in that community or society. And as I am growing up, I meet with others. So the human being learns language, otherwise I would not know language. Language is transmitted, we learn symbols, we learn how to put on clothing, how to do agriculture, how to cook, because we are talking about transgenerational and transnational, and receiving and giving further. This is where culture comes in. So education transmits culture. But culture is not so permanent, standing. Culture is always in movement. A culture might be yesterday, I wash my fingers with water. Tomorrow, I wash it with water and soap. Another day, I wash it with some other thing. And the culture continues to move on. So when people say, in 1,000 years ago, my grandfathers lived that way, that time has passed because we live in time and space. And time is not standing. Time is always moving. Time is the succession of moments. And because time is built within space, and it can be wind or rain or sunshine or age, time continues to move. But culture also moves with it. So culture keeps a few things which are valuable, but it gives up also other things so that culture and interrelational culture can meet. That one speaks English or speaks French or speaks Indonesian or speaks Nigerian languages or Hausa or Arabic is a matter of language, and one can pick up all of them. What am I essentially saying? I'm essentially saying that higher education brings us into a world of knowledge where we meet a community of people who are sharing knowledge around the world on various topics. And it is this mosaic of interdependence, of building systemic knowledge that one builds into another, that makes us have a community of peace. You can hear someone talk about a knowledge that is violent and opposes another in such a way that they start fighting instead of dialoguing, because higher education teaches us to dialogue. Now, I have said a few things, but I will want to put them into structure. My topic again is higher education as pillar for creating justice and prosperous community. Higher education I summarized as the acquisition of knowledge that is founded on years of transmission of knowledges by others before us. In modern times, higher education brings system into the knowledge I have. It brings openness into the knowledge I have. It brings sharing into the knowledge I have. It brings the universe into the knowledge I have, so that what I have in my village is only seeing a shot, but I'm open to a universe of other knowledges, intercultural, interracial, intersocial, intersexual, intergenerational, So the university, and that's why we talk about higher education, opens us to a wide gamut of knowledge. Now, a lot of people have knowledge, but they have no values. They have gone to school, but they steal. They have gone to higher education, but they lie. This is the value of ethics in higher education. When you go to school, you don't just learn how to read and write. You also learn something of character. You learn something of value. You learn something of integrity. So, and that is where, again, education must be a moment that transmits such values that keeps a society or a community together. Because if someone acquires higher education but downgrades others, has no respect for personal dignity, has no respect for community, has no regard for the good of the other, is a thief, is given a government job and steals the money of the government, is corrupt, does not look at education as service, that person becomes a disgrace, because a lot of people who go for higher education have also failed in the sense not only of not applying the knowledge they've received, but they have not shown that they had ethical integrity. So education, which gives us enlightenment, which gives us scientific explanation and even scientific production, which gives us connection of the dots, which we do not know, which gives us systemic unveiling of reality. Education must at the same time help us to be just. And now you see the second part of my topic, that's creating justice and prosperous community. That word in English is justice. It is used to, but its original meaning is right. Education for creating right. And that right means righteousness. So it is education for righteousness when we use the word justice, because justice is give each person what is their due. To each one's due. Do not take what belongs to another, so that we are fair. So the justice means you exist, I exist, we exist. Justice is not taking I exist, only I, and there is no we. So this justice is called righteousness. In fact, righteousness in ancient Latin means holy, holy, holiness, piety, complete. So to be educated is to serve the purposes of righteousness, of holiness. And here you find values coming in again, because education must transmit values. Truthfulness. I summarize all of them with a word, character. So when we talk fairness as justice, it is character. When we talk integrity as justice, it is character. Permit me now to go to the last portion of this reflection. I've already said that the more we know, the more we must be humble, because I can say something like, I know that I know not. And if I say, I know that I know not, I am an educated person. But that person who says, I know everything, this is proud, and pride is the beginning of failure, because you cannot know everything being a human being. Now, to consider the topic of education serving community, education serving society, there are three elements one must see. First is community is diverse. Community is not monologue, because we are different persons. Different persons make up a family, make up a community, the languages come together. So when we talk about the Asian community or the Indonesian community, it's not just one monolinear. It is a community of different persons in an environment, even speaking various languages, but they live in one space. So diversity is very key. The world is diverse. And yet, some people want to make the world a monolithic space. That is why when you use hegemony, you want to dominate others, or power, or the other levels, it becomes counterproductive, and then violence comes up. Education as service helps us to underline diversity and plurality, whether it is in religion, or in points of view, or in worldviews. and it helps tolerance. Because when I know, I listen to the other, I may not accept what the other says, because the educated person is the listener and also the tolerant. It's not just the person who has a PhD and a certificate, because you can have a PhD and a certificate and you behave worse than lions and tigers and animals. You even kill others. That is not a sign of being an educated person. So the essence of higher education is justice that leads to community building. That justice that leads to community building is to accept facts. The fact, like I said, of diversity, of plurality, of interracial communities, of intercultural communities, of gender disparities, even the education that discovers that even though there are classes of people, we must overcome them, because class and fixing them as a system is a cultural recipient, but education enlightens us to know that we cannot accept things that are contrary to the human dignity and contrary to the human personality. There is therefore a fact about education helping us to know, because you talk university, teaching, training, and knowledge. It's helping us to know. It's helping us to be trained. It's helping us to have knowledge. This knowledge will build from many resources. Look at the bee. It's a small insect which gives us honey. But how does the bee get its honey? It flows from one flower to collect nectars to another flower, and it connects all that and goes to the base and delivers the honey. The sweeter honeys are those that come from many nectars and flowers. If it's only from a hibiscus flower, you have a monolith, the taste is not good. So that education, university, opens us to the wide world of colors and space and languages and appreciation for the beauty of the other, for the beauty of the universe, for the wonder. We must talk about wonder, the wonder of space where we live, where every tree is unique, every flower is unique, and the educated person actually continues in the community to look at these things as, so some people will now go into the level of faith to say that how wonderful you are, the creator of all these things. And that is where religion comes in. And religion is so important to even give meaning and explain, just like philosophy gives meaning, science gives meaning, because we are in search of meaning. I will now come to the conclusion. Education as a pillar for justice, for righteousness, and for community building is anchored on a few elements. And that is an education that integrates ethics. So I give you knowledge, but I also give you character. Many universities in Africa give students a certificate at the end of studies. What the vice chancellor signs in the certificate is, this person, having fulfilled the requirements of this university for knowledge and character, is hereby awarded this certificate. Doctorate degree, first class, whatever. So knowledge and character go together. My conclusion is that education serves peace. Higher education for peace, which is justice. When people talk about I want peace, they forget that peace does not exist in the air. Peace is a hard work. It is the work of justice. So we must be talking about just peace. Higher education allows collaboration. And that's why we talk about interdisciplinary research. Higher education allows respect for the building and accepting of the other. In higher education, we get information. We also get knowledge. But if information and knowledge do not translate to service of humanity and service of community, they become counterproductive. When we talk about fake news that cause violence or that tell lies about the other, it is a mismanaged information. So education for the community is summarized in its integration of ethics. And because I use the word ethics, people say, what does ethics mean? Ethics, ethics, ethics. The word is E-T-H-I-C-S. E stands for empowerment. E stands for empowerment. T stands for transformation. H stands for holistic approach. I stands for integrity. C stands for competence. S stands for sustainability. So education integrated with ethics builds community and builds peace. Empowerment, transformation, holistic approach, integrity, competence, and sustainability. Thank you so much for your rapt attention. God bless you and bless IDACON, the 4th International Conference. Thank you very much. From Geneva, Globe Ethics.
Thank you very much, Obiora, for this very enlightening speech about integrating higher education with ethics. I think as a moderator, I'm benefited most from the 5 invited speakers who did great jobs in sharing your thoughtful ideas and commitments. And because the time is running, we will go on to the question and answer. We will share the screen of the question and answer. And I would like to invite every one of the invited speaker to write down the question that addressed to you, and later on we will invite each one of you to respond to the respective question. Is that okay? Okay, be ready. We will share the screen for the question in a few moments. Please.
IDACON, International Dakwah Conference UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. FDK untuk bangsa, FDK mendunia.
Yes, please share the question screen. Yeah, we were told that there are a lot of questions, but we will have time about 30 minutes or maximum 45 minutes to this question and answer. So we selected few questions. Now, question number 1 from Sally Sandanafu, addressed to Ibu Lia.
Want me to answer directly, or
I think you write down first, then we will call you later on.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, Mbak Fitri. Julia already wrote the. Yeah. Now this from Maulidia to Miss Donohan Abdullah. Okay, are you Donohan? You already wrote down?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
good.
you.
Next, please. This to Ibu Rosalia again. Okay, Ibu Lia.
Okay.
Thank you. Next question, please. To Ms. Donohan again. Oh, this is in Indonesian. It says like in Uzbekistan, other Muslim organizations like the ones here in Indonesia, NU and Muhammadiyah, if there are, then how this mass-based organization develop? Thank you. Next question, please. Is there any question for Simona or Obiora yet? Okay, maybe we would like to start with this question. Ibu Lia, please respond to the question.
I saw two other questions in there were two other questions. Maybe if you can look. So I answer all the same. Oh ya, tentang masalah pribadi ya, Facebook. Okay, I found that there were two more questions, one about bullying and one about how to use Facebook. Saya akan jawab sekali lagi dalam bahasa Indonesia ya. Ini yang pertama memang ini gender dan bagaimana kita bisa atur agar tugas perempuan di masa COVID dan juga lebih setara sebetulnya dengan laki-laki dalam urusan rumah tangga. Jadi ini memang kita lihat seperti saya juga cantumkan bahwa dengan COVID ini ada tambahan tugas untuk perempuan dalam rumah tangga. Ini karena pembagian tugas dalam rumah tangga tidak seimbang. Jadi memang yang diperlukan adalah memang tidak bisa dalam waktu dekat, tapi harus sekali lagi perjuangkan agar kesetaraan perempuan jangan hanya di ruangan publik. Sebetulnya banyak sekali yang fokus pada ruangan publik. Jadi agar perempuan bisa dosen atau bisa jadi presiden atau bisa politisi seperti laki-laki, ini semuanya baik. Tapi jauh lebih berat berubah peran gender dalam rumah tangga. Dan itu yang harus dirubah, tidak ada pilihan lain. Jadi harus ada peran yang berbeda untuk laki-laki dan peran yang berbeda ya untuk perempuan. Jadi misalnya untuk pendidikan anak, kenapa selalu perempuan juga dari Kementerian Pendidikan? Dalam pendidikan virtual, kenapa perempuan yang dikasih tanggung jawab atas pendidikan anak di masa COVID ini? Ini harus dibagi dua, karena perempuan juga kerja di luar rumah, harus kerja dari rumah, sama saja dengan laki-laki yang juga kerja dari rumah. Jadi jika ini situasi, ya dua-duanya yang harus urus anak, dua-duanya yang harus masak, ya dua-duanya yang, dan ini memang perlu diskusi, tapi mungkin ini saatnya ya, agar perempuan tidak jadi tumpang dengan semua tanggung jawab di masa COVID maupun sesudah COVID. Yang kedua, bagaimana agar tetap konsentrasi dan produktif. Ya, ini di masa COVID ini memang yang jarang dibicarakan, emosi ya dan kesehatan mental, karena ini masa krisis yang belum pernah kita semua alami. Jadi mau tidak mau banyak keraguan, banyak ketakutan, banyak masalah dalam konsentrasi, karena kita walaupun tidak bicara mungkin kita pun takut terpapar virus atau ada keluarga yang sudah kena, dan cara hidup kita seperti saya tidak boleh ke Indonesia, keluarga saya di Indonesia, banyak sekali yang mengalami gangguan pada eksistensi. Nah, itu yang harus diakui dan seharusnya lebih banyak dibicarakan. Jangan hanya bicara masalah dampak ekonomi dan masalah dampak kesehatan, tapi juga bagaimana pada cara hidup kita. Dan jika kita mau harus memang tentram agar bisa produktif dan konsentrasi, yang ini tiap orang jelas berbeda, kesibukannya akan berbeda, tapi menurut saya ya, saya misalnya berkurang sekali webinar. Ini hanya karena Emma yang minta. Jika tidak, mungkin tidak akan bicara. Lebih senang baca buku dan tulis agar produktif. Karena ini akan lebih panjang dampaknya. Jadi ini pulang pada orang yang masing-masing mencari di mana kesibukannya, sejauh mana kita masih bisa sibuk dengan kegiatan sosial, dan yang bantu saya memang juga membantu ya dalam kegiatan sosial agar kita merasa berarti di masa yang mungkin kita cari arti baru dalam kehidupan. Yang ketiga tentang bullying, ya ada yang bilang apakah bullying di dunia maya lebih berat daripada bullying di dunia nyata? Ya jelas dua-duanya berat, dua-duanya jelek ya. Tapi di bully di nyata itu jauh lebih berdampak karena orang lebih berani, dalam arti mereka anonim. Mungkin jika kita ketemu di depan muka, orang tidak akan berani. Tapi karena banyak dan anonim, banyak sekali yang berani, dan khususnya perempuan yang jadi korban, karena misalnya dia tulis tentang pendapat politik, dijawab dengan kamu kelihatan jelek, badan kamu gemuk, atau ini atau itu ya. Dan hal-hal yang seperti ini. Jadi khususnya shaming untuk perempuan yang dipraktekkan di dunia maya yang akibatnya sangat berat sampai perempuan tidak mau aktif lagi misalnya di dunia maya, tapi juga ada dampak trauma dan lain-lain. Dan banyak sekali dampaknya yang perlu dibicarakan. Kekerasan virtual harus dianggap juga kekerasan terhadap perempuan, dan semoga peraturan PKS jauh disahkan karena memang diperlukan juga untuk mengakui kekerasan yang terjadi di dunia virtual. Terakhir tentang salah pakai Facebook, katanya itu sosial media bisa dipakai dengan salah, hal yang pribadi digunakan daripada hanya yang publik. Tapi sebetulnya ya ini harusnya bisa pribadi ya. Sebetulnya Facebook bisa harusnya juga orang punya hak di page dia untuk melontarkan pikiran-pikiran, dan jika dia senang fokus pada makanan dan hal seperti itu sebetulnya haknya dia dalam page-nya dia sendiri, lain jika dia pergi ke page-nya orang lain. Tapi memang kita harus mulai dengan yang disebut digital literacy ya. Digital literacy di mana kita belajar bagaimana kita pakai semua media yang sedang, karena tiap media punya kekhasan sendiri. Seperti tadi dibilang, ada masalah uang, ada masalah algoritma, ada banyak masalah yang harus diketahui. Jangan anggap ini netral dan jangan anggap pribadi. Harusnya pribadi, tapi sebetulnya tidak pribadi. Ini banyak remaja yang salah artikan, karena mereka pikir ini pribadi, saya bisa pakai foto semaunya saya, ini karena saya pribadi, ini saya punya hak untuk melakukannya. Harusnya begitu, tapi sayangnya tidak seperti itu. Jadi kita tetap harus hati-hati, karena itu walaupun harusnya pribadi, sebetulnya itu ruangan publik, orang lain bisa lihat, orang lain bisa menyalahgunakan tanpa memikirkan, dan ini bisa bertahun-tahun. Kita pasang foto hari ini, misalnya kita pasang foto rokok, nanti 10 tahun lagi masih akan dianggap, kenapa kamu rokok? Walaupun itu fotonya 10 tahun sebelumnya. Saya kasih contoh yang innocent ya, ada contoh lain tentang naked atau yang mana yang fotonya yang ditangkap. Tapi ini contoh untuk agar kita semuanya sadari, jadi dunia jadi lebih digital, kita harus pendidikan, ya sekali lagi pendidikan bukan hanya formal, harus digital literasi. Kita harus mengerti cara penggunaan tiap media. Mau tidak mau ini tantangan, apalagi untuk orang tua seperti saya, tetapi tetap kita harus tetap belajar bagaimana social media dipakai. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih Bu Lia. Jadi tadi jawaban Bu Lia mudah-mudahan bisa didengar oleh anak-anak kita, para peserta. Di antara mahasiswa juga ada yang mengambil kelas gender dan keadilan sosial, ya, di mana peran laki-laki untuk turut serta dalam kegiatan reproduktif di domestik itu juga sangat diperlukan karena ini our common family, ya, jadi merupakan tanggung jawab bersama dan itu sekarang di UIN sudah mulai digalakkan. Terima kasih Ibu Lia for addressing that. And now I would like to invite Ms. Dorhan Abdul Ghafurova to respond to the question, please.
Thank you so much for the question. So we have like 3 questions. One is the identical challenges of Indonesia and Uzbekistan, especially the topic of radicalism, if it was there in Uzbekistan too, and then what could be the counter-radicalism? My answer for this question would be the fear of radicalism was there before too, and then today as well, especially at the later tenure of the first president, Islam Karimov. In his later years, he was afraid this foreign influence and then radical influence, therefore kind of tightening the this Islamic expression or Islamic influence from outside was really kind of big concern. And then also like in terms of the implementing policies, there were cases of prohibiting hijab in public spaces and then even prohibiting men putting beard as a kind of statement, the pious statement of the religiosity. So later in early 2016, when the former president died and then the new president succeeded, so the narrative on Islamic image became different. So we have to embrace our Islamic kind of heritage, and then Islam became kind of well-expressed religion in the political arena. So we see this kind of melting of the ice in the political attitudes, as well as the expression of religious piety in the visual public. And but still the government afraid of the foreign influences as like the ISIS influence or like because in the area of Uzbekistan, especially Fergana Valley, is considered very important strategic region that kind of moves beyond to Uzbekistan, easily accessible to Kyrgyzstan. That's where the easily accessible foreign influences can be kind of felt. Therefore, the government takes kind of every effort to minimize this kind of radicalism. And in the political agenda side, so this religious preachers also take part in terms of defining this radicalism within terms of ignorance, jahalat, and then their kind of tool becomes modified. So they say we fight to ignorance with the knowledge. So in terms of like delivering this knowledge, the government uses this religious preachers immensely, and then even women preachers do take this role, kind of sending this message. It's very important to know your roots, to know the real Islam, and then it's like the preventing the radicalism. And other question is related to Muslim organizations. So the only political organization was the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan, which came as a radical movement, which is not recognized in the Uzbekistan, but as a radical group. But in terms of Sufi groups, we have in Central Asia, especially in Uzbekistan, Naqshbandiya, Yassaviya, Kubraviya Sufi orders are very important, and then people belong to these groups. They do hold like the zikr and other ceremonies, and then especially so informal gatherings, they took shape and then they develop in those settings. And then it has long kind of history of existence, Sufism in Central Asia, and it's regarded as the most tolerable form of Islam in the kind of Central Asian context. And also there was a question about internet, like the preachers through the internet, and then how it's influencing to minimize or rejecting the patriarchy. And I think the tool is not serving for that purpose yet, but still the narrative, like the women preachers' narratives also deliver they are very in line of patriarchal message, because they do speak for the role of women. Okay, most of the time, if you see the narrative, role of women belonged to the society in the Soviet time after the independence when Islamic revival started. So again, women be kind of regarded as their place in the kitchen, like being the obedient wife. So this women preachers, even today, they carry this message. And then even one preacher says, although I'm Otun in public space, Otun is the female preacher, right? I'm a Hotun, I'm a wife in the private space. I have my duties to my family, so I cannot fulfill this kind of all the responsibilities you are kind of demanding from me. So the whole idea is that although women preachers are kind of helping women to embrace their potentials, at the same time, they do remind that they are kind of in a low position than their men, and then they have to kind of sustain to this assigned positions. So I hope I answered all questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dunohan. Now I would like to invite my colleagues to share the screen for the next questions, please. Yeah, there is a question from Aina Ramadania to Eric. Please, Eric. Okay, you get it, Eric? Eric? Did you get the question already?
Yeah.
Okay. Please do next. Yeah. From Pramono to Simona. Yeah. You know Indonesian, right? Still remember, Simona? Okay, you can answer the question in Indonesian if you like. Okay, you get it? Good. Next question, please. To Obiora. So everyone got question. Good. From Maulida Iftinang to Obiora. Yeah. Okay, so I think this some of the question from student of Introduction to Islamic Studies asking about Islamic Studies in Nigeria University.
Okay, you want me to speak to it?
Sorry?
You want me to respond immediately?
No, we would like to invite, maybe we could refer to the structure, Obiora and then Simona and Eric. Is it okay, Eric? Okay. Is there any other question, Mbak Fitri? All right. Now I would like to invite Obiora to answer first, then later on to Simona and Eric. Please, Obiora.
I would like to thank the young student who has asked a good question. Thank you very much. The question about if students were not taught rightly, that is the biggest challenge and problem. Because your question is what happens if students are misguided and are not given the right stuff? Of course, what happens is the fundamentalism grows If students are taught the wrong things, they bring the wrong things into society. It's as simple as that. So we need to teach students rightly. And it's not just about the subject, it's also about the facts. And that is why at globeethics.net, we talk about a university, which is an institution, has as a pillar the teacher. It is the teacher who gives what it has. If the teacher gives wrong stuff, the students take wrong stuff and move with it around the world. And we know a lot how students who were taught wrongly in engineering build houses that collapse. Students that were taught wrongly in medicine use the wrong medicine and kill people. Students that were taught wrongly in other subjects in pharmacy produce the wrong medicines. So we need really to make sure that we produce such people. Students that were taught wrongly in religion come out and become fundamentalists, even groom terrorists, and believe that everything must be one. Students that were, so we need to make sure that the education we transmit is fast-checked. Training, research, teaching, and that's where the interdisciplinary components come in. And that's where openness to science and technology comes in, and also openness to natural wisdom. The second question is whether you could study in Nigeria and whether Nigerian universities teach Islamic studies. Of course, yes. Nigeria is a very large country with 220 million people, and it is a friendly country with Indonesia. In fact, Nigeria has the largest Muslim population on the entire African continent, with about 80 million Muslims. That's a country of potential, and about another 80 million Christians, and the rest, about 20, 30 million, are African religions. So Nigeria is a country where the Islam, the Muslims, and the Christians have tried over many years. Africa, don't forget, is the oldest continent in the universe. The African wisdom and the origin of the Africans is long, long time. So Africans have used traditional wisdom, but also the oldest university is in Timbuktu, in Mali. That's where Ibn Battuta built already a university far back in the 8th century, a Muslim. So you forget that the richest human being who ever lived on earth was the Mansa Kanka Musa, who traveled with over 4,000 camels going to Saudi Arabia on Hajj and had gold on it. And they say that he's the richest human being who ever lived on earth. So Islam, it has a home in Africa, and Islam has existed in many African countries, and there is the many good Islamic studies universities. What we have as a problem is when fundamentalists and a group of Muslims fight other Muslims, fight Christians, fight the governments, and become, like, even misuse the word Islam and become terrorists and cause trouble. That's where we have the problem. In Nigeria, I teach in the Godfrey Okoye University, but I also work in the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, and we have 210 universities in that country. And in that country, you have a lot of universities like the Sokoto University, which even bears the name of Othman Danfodio University, who was a prophet, a wise teacher in the Islamic tradition. This will be my short responses to your question. The greatest important aspect is teachers must transmit knowledge that respects the dignity of the other, that respects that I don't know everything, that respects the diversity of the other, that respects the religion of the other, that uses language that does not divide, but rather language that unites, that does not fragment, does not hegemonize, but tries to build a community of peace. Once teaching, education serves that, we have a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebiora, and I would like also to invite our students who find unrightness taking place in our university, that they share report to us to minimize the impact. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Simona to respond to the question. Please, Simona.
Yes, thank you very much. So the question was, what could the teaching of Da'wah in Jogja, what could you learn from my presentation? Actually, I think it's good if you can answer, but let me just point out two things that for me are the most important. First of all, I talked about a paradigm shift or a turn, and this turn is precisely about the question, who is the agent of mission? I mean, or who is the subject of mission? And in earlier times, we thought the one proclaiming the missionary, the one who's doing that, that's the subject and the agent of mission. But we realized it's actually not the case. It's a communal event, and precisely the people who are marginalized are the ones who teach us what mission really is. So this question, so my encouragement to you is, ask yourself the question, who is the agent of Da'wah? Who is the subject of Da'wah, and how does his or her life experience play a role in how you do and define Da'wah? That's the first point. Who is the agent? And second, what are our ways of doing mission? And this is the question of the ethics of mission, actually. What are our principles according to which you do Da'wah? Which principles can you derive from the Prophet? Which principles can you derive from the Ummah throughout the centuries? What are the principles that help you not to be aggressive, not to dominate others, but to connect with others? And Obiora Ike has just spoken about that ethos, about that character that should guide our ways of doing mission. So I think this for me are the two connecting points where I think we can mutually learn from one another in how we do faithfully and in a ethically responsible way, how we do Da'wah and how we do mission in order to foster diversity in our societies and peace and justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simona. Yeah, there is shifting, yeah, and looking at the Dawah and mission. I think in Indonesia also that taking place among Muslims, that the Prophet is an orphan, has no father, and I mean, his father and mother died when he was very young. And also the shifting from Islamizing, you know, to make people to be, you know, and not to make people to become more confident with their self, have a better life without, you know, changing religion, etc. Okay, now I would like to invite Eric to respond to the question, please, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Watun. So the question, and I'll just be a couple minutes here, because I think the time is coming close here, but question is, according to Mr. Eric, can this Islam Nusantara be applied well in other countries? It's a good question, and I don't think that can be answered. Except for that, the way I look at it is that it is deeper than just propositional truths. So it's not as if it is only the truth propositions of Islam in Indonesia, but it is Indonesia itself. And so it's the social imagination of the social reality of which many Indonesians, many who live in a sacred cosmos live in, that I think is difficult to transpose in another context. What my hope would be is that other contexts, other countries, other forms of Islam around the world will not look at it in terms of how can we change Indonesian Islam, but rather how can Islam in Indonesia be that image of hope for other forms of Islam around the world, and how can others glean or look at, investigate, and pull from what they learn from Islam in Indonesia. And so the question is a good one though, and can it influence? I think it already has. There was a quote I wanted to read by a guy named James Dorsey. He says, I don't know if the recent meeting between Ansur and the Secretary of State of the United States, Mike Pompeo, In relationship to that meeting, much was said, and I think was some good stuff. But he says this: you have a battle for religious soft power, which involves on the top level the Saudis, the Turks, the Iranians, and then he says the NU. On the second level, there's Malaysia, Pakistan, and Pakistan. The NU is different. First, NU is not a state, whereas all the others are states. Dorsey noted that the Indonesian government was not involved, and so in that sense, what NU is doing is much more real to me. So it is not as if, even if you look at the soft powers, or those looking for soft power around the world, within Islam, many of them are heads of state. But the reality of NU, in particular in Muhammadiyah, NU, the largest Muslim organization in the world, as a part of that, that conversation even, is a huge step forward, I think, in the sphere or realm of influence outside of Indonesia. Now, there's a lot included in that that I think would take maybe too much time to get into, but I do think one of the most important aspects is that it is Islam in Indonesia which holds to a social imaginary of the sacred cosmos, whereby everything has meaning. Nature has meaning. Meaning doesn't just come from cognitive understanding, from propositional truths, but meaning comes from God. And that, I think, is a lot of where the ability for Indonesia to live in I think you look at historically, Indonesia has been influenced by those 4 axial civilizations. But the interesting thing about it is it has not become any of those civilizations. It has absorbed them, but it has rejected large portions of those civilizations. And Indonesia is itself. And so I think Indonesia and Islam in Indonesia will withstand the conservative turn. And I think that there is hope for Indonesia to be that, Islam specifically in Indonesia, to be that hope, that light, that pearl for the world to see. Now, whether or not that happens, we don't know. We can't tell the future. Social change is happening so quick. We have no idea what the world is going to look like in 10 years. We can't even guess. But with those concepts in mind, I think looking at Indonesia as a way to understand a tolerant society in particular, and then an Islam that is faithful to God, while at the same time also a tolerant, welcoming, kind, loving religion. So that's, I guess, in a nutshell, how I would answer that.
Okay, thank you very much to all the other participants raising the question. We apologize for not being able to present all the questions because the time constraint. And now, before we close the session, I would like to kindly request to all the invited speakers to put your camera on for the documentation. For is Ibu Rosalia still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, okay. Let's have a happy face together. All of us. I want to see Ibu Lia here. Dear committee, please help to put on Ibu Lia's picture pinned. Okay, good. So, are you ready, committee, to take our happy faces? Is it done? Hello? Let me take myself. I don't know if they've done it or not, because we are in a separate room. Sometimes, okay. Hello, good.
Okay, done.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. It has been a very engaging, rich, nutritious conversation we have today, sharing with experts from Bangkok, from North Carolina, from Geneva, from Bose, from Salatiga in Indonesia. Thank you again. And in the word of Islam, Jazakumullah khairan katsira. May God reward you with abundant blessing and goodness for your kindness and generosity to share with us, who woke up very early or stay up at tonight to so because of this time differences. So thank you again. And as a moderator of this plenary session, I apologize for any mistakes I unconsciously made during this accomplishing the task. And now I would like to return to Master of Ceremony. We still have session tomorrow, so we don't say goodbye, but instead we say see you again. Ila liko, ya, la prochaine. See you again. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Membangun negeri tegak berdiri untuk masa depan, memadukan dan mengembangkan keislaman, keilmuan dan keindonesiaan. Serukan UIN Sunan Kalijaga, unggul dan terkemuka.
Okay, thank you so much to our distinguished invited speakers and also Dr. Andasiti Syamsiatun. And well, ladies and gentlemen, those all for the plenary sessions. But before we close this agenda, I'd like to give an announcement that tomorrow we will have parallel sessions that will be start at 8 a.m. by Zoom application. Don't forget to fill the absence. Link of the attendance has already shared in the chat room. And for further information, please wait for the next announcement. And to all of participants, please do not leave the room first because we're gonna take a picture together. And now, please turn on your camera and give your best smile. The committee will take our picture together for a moment and it will not take a long time. Please turn on your camera.
Aduh, ini seenak-enak gitu. Okay, wait. First slide. 1, 2, 3. The second. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Next.